to order the regular meeting of December 16th, 2019. City Attorney, is there anything you want to say before we go to closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just say that if the City Council so moves, the City Council will move into closed session, discuss those items agendized for closed session discussion, specifically item number 1, conference with labor negotiator per Government Code Section 54957.6. Item number 2, consultation of public employment, Section 54, be Government Code Section 54957, City Manager. And item number 3, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.8.
Okay. Is there a motion to move to closed session? Hang on. Do we have any speaker cards before we go to closed session?
I have no speaker.
Okay. There's a motion.
So moved, yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. going through back and forth on this. All right, this time we're going to resume the meeting of December 16th, 2019. Councilmember Spencer, will you lead us in Pledge of Allegiance?
I have to report out.
No, that's afterwards.
Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Richmond,
Here.
Mayor Velazquez.
Here.
Councilmember Spencer,
Here.
Councilmember Lenore,
Present.
Acting City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson,
Here.
Chief of Police Westrick.
Here.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of December 16th, 2019 was posted on the bulletin board on December 12th, 2019 at 3:55 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the city council discussed in closed session those items agendized for closed session discussion. Direction was given to staff and negotiators. The city council adjourned from closed session at 6:16 p.m.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Chin-
We're requesting also that E1 be moved to a date certain of January 21st.
I think we'll do that as we get to the item, so
Okay.
we can have a date.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Tonight, we have a very special recognition for our chief, who will be departing us soon. You want to meet me up here, chief? Chief will be leaving us soon at the end of the month. He's been a very important part of our community. Says here, David L. Westrick, Police Chief, in recognition of your years of service, August 25th, 2003 through December 30th, 2019. And dedication to the City of Hollister, December 16th, 2019. So I can say I got to know Chief early on when I first became mayor. The opening was there for a chief, and there was a lot of discussions and conversations, and Chief was appointed. And it's been, I have to say, an amazing experience. And I'm not just saying this because he's leaving us. I really, really am honored to have worked with Chief Westrick and some of the creative ideas he's had. We had a lot of fun during the biker rallies where he'd go one direction, I was going the other direction, and we'd meet up again later at the end of the night, and both of our feet were pretty exhausted by that weekend. And it's just been a nonstop, incredible experience having the honor to work with Chief Westrick. And I really want to say thank you, Chief, and I know wherever you go, whatever you do in your life, it's going to be nothing but positive things. So thank you for everything you've done for the City of Hollister. And give me a hug.
I had a long list of thank yous, but most importantly, I want to thank my family. It's a fishbowl that you kind of live in when you're the chief and have such an amazing staff that works with you. I was just so blessed, and I thank them all the time. But the truth of the matter is, they were just the greatest group of humans to work with, and I'm so proud to work with every one of them. I want to thank the City Council for all the support. All of our city employees that were such great partners with us, our public safety employees all over the region. But most importantly, it's the people in this city that always supported us and supported some of the crazy ideas that we sort of came up with to engage with them. And I, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate that. Gandhi said one time, be the change that you want to see. And hopefully, a little bit of that, I was able to kind of help get that along. I appreciate your support. I have 14 days left. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. I'm sure each council member probably wants to say a few words, you guys. Wants to thank Chief.
He already knows how I feel about him. I got really close to Dave on Measure E and W. I gotta tell you, I'll never forget all that stuff. He was an integral part of getting both those tax measures passed. He really put it all in line. He's a busy gentleman here, and he took the time to lead the way. A lot of leadership there for myself and for the rest of the committee. And I really like the fact that the public trusts him. I just love that. I think he has class. He doesn't think about himself. He was a good boss out there to all the men and women in blue and the non-sworn as well. And I was in shock when he said he was leaving. I really did never want to be here, and especially being on the council when he decided to leave. But we talked about that. I really wish you the very best. Of course, you know that. And thank you for all of your professionalism very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Spencer?
I was not lucky enough to work with Chief Westrick for a very long time, sorry. I got to know him on social media. And I'm just very sad that he's decided to leave us. But I know he'll be around, and we have his number. We can call him. Bye, Dave. Have a good retirement. You will be missed.
You. Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you very much. The chief understood the most important thing about policing that there is, and that is the relationship between the police department and the local community. And he always put that first. And I don't care how good you are on the firing range, I don't care how good you are taking a test, I don't care how nice your uniform looks. It's that relationship that builds a great police department and keeps a great city. And the chief has been an expert at that, and I'm proud to have served with him. And he's always been appreciated by the community because he's always respected the community, and that's a mutual thing. And it's a lot harder to do than anybody thinks. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you. Councilmember Sendes?
All right, so I'm not exactly sure, but I think the first time our paths crossed is during when I partner with the City of Hollister and the Police Department for the graffiti abatement program. I felt like you were very personable. You invited my partner and me into your office. You were so open to the ideas that we had, like you said, crazy ideas coming from the community. You had some ideas of your own that we were very passionate about. So that's the one thing I remember about you is how accessible you were, what an honorable person you were, and how engaged you were with the community. And I know for a fact that they really do appreciate that, and the city is going to miss you greatly. So thank you for your service, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to item 2 as a presentation from the County Elections Department.
Much shorter. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening and to have such a great crowd. It's wonderful when we can spread the news about elections with an audience as opposed to just a few citizens. So we're going to go really quickly through this because I know you guys have a really big agenda today. So let me make sure I have this right. Got it. Okay, my name's Angela Curro. I'm the Assistant County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters for San Benito County. We are going to talk about several items, but some of the most important items are the primary has changed, election dates, why political party matters, and how you can register and re-register to vote. Super Tuesday is now, instead of a June primary, our primary has been moved to Super Tuesday. This shows you all the states that are involved in Super Tuesday. It is March 3rd of 2020 is the election, and there are very few people out there that realize we don't have a June primary anymore. It has completely moved to March. So there's going to be a lot of stuff happening in the next several months. Okay, why does party matter? Californians have gotten really comfortable with the top 2 primary. If you don't know what that is, that means you get to see all of the candidates, regardless of party, on your ballot. So you may have 26 candidates for one office. Well, when it comes to president, that does not apply. So Californians are used to having lots of choices, but unfortunately, when it comes to president, you have to be registered in the party for the candidate that you wish to vote for. I have handouts, 2 of them. One is Why Party Matters, and the other is Fast Facts from the League of Women Voters about how and what political parties stand for. Several people think that American Independent means you're not affiliated with a political party. That's not true. American Independent is a qualified political party, and no party preference is what you're referring to when you do not affiliate with a political party. Okay. In order to get the word out, we are doing 2 mailings. One that's going to go to all the registered voters that are not affiliated with a qualified political party, and the other is going to go to all registered voters that are affiliated with a political party, a qualified political party. The difference between the 2 is a qualified political party, there are 6 of them. It's American Independent, Green, Democrat, Peace and Freedom, Libertarian, and Republican. And that had no order, it's just how it came off my head, sorry. The one that's going to go to no party preference voters is going to tell them that if you're not affiliated with a political party, you can cross over, but you can only cross over one time to 3 of the political parties. One of the parties is American Independent, another is Democrat, and the third is Libertarian. So you don't have to do anything except for request to cross over if those are the parties that you wish to vote for president. However, if you wish to vote for Green, Libertarian, or Republican, you need to re-register to vote for a candidate for president in one of those parties. This is not new. We did this in 2016, but because of our mailings, we are trying to get the word out before we send our voter kits. Everybody probably remembers these from last year. Re-registering is a snap. If your signature, name, address, or political party changes, you need to re-register. You can either do that. I set registration forms on the back counter. So with the handouts, we have registration forms. Also, you can go to registertovote.ca.gov and register online. The one thing you need to make sure is if you're re-registering online, you have to authorize the DMV signature. That's how we get your signature authorizing that registration. Otherwise, come visit our office. We can help you out on re-registering. Okay.
Before we go any further, can you
Yes.
please clarify, because I think some of the audience might not understand, even though you did talk about the primary, that they can vote for whoever they want in the general election. They don't have to be registered
Yes.
or to any certain party. This is
Perfect.
the primary you're talking about.
Yep, this is
So
the
they're
March
clear
3rd
on that.
primary. This does not affect the November general. The top 2 vote getters of the top 2 primary for all other offices other than president go to the general, and it doesn't matter what party you are. And the top vote getter of each of the qualified political parties goes to runoff in the presidential general. So you'll see all of the qualified candidates in the November. It's only the primary. And unfortunately, what's going to happen is we're going to send you this kit, and the DMV, if you've done a transaction at the DMV recently, your registration may have automatically been updated without you knowing it. What that means is if you weren't paying attention to your DMV update and didn't opt out of updating your voter registration, it will automatically re-register you. And because you weren't paying attention, not to say none of you were, but if you're not paying attention and select a political party, it will default you to no party preference. Okay? So
Thank
this
you.
is totally out of the control of our office. We're trying to make sure you know what party you're registered before we do the mailing. Okay? So look for these 2 mailings. They will be in the mail next week. They may even drop as soon as Wednesday or Thursday of this week. But when you see that symbol, that little swoop of official election mail, that's how you know it's from our office. If you don't see that, that means it's not official from our office. It could be official from a candidate. It's just not official from us. Okay? Okay. We have partnered and been going around with this message for about the last 6 months. We've been going to all the school districts. Now we're going to the cities. We're also doing a presentation before the Board of Supervisors. But our partners that we did this with was the U.S. Census. We were doing a prepare for the census, and everyone needs to understand that everybody needs to be counted in the census. It's what allows us to have dollars from the feds come into local cities, schools, the county. So we want to make sure everyone remembers that when you get the call, the mail, the email, complete your census forms and complete it timely. It's very important. If you have questions, the census, I'll have at the end of this slide some census contacts. County GIS is available also when after the census in 2020, redistricting occurs in 2021. We like to collaborate any redistricting, whether it's a school, a city, or the Board of Supervisors with our county GIS department. They're able to layer all of the districts together to see where conflicts may be occurring, where if you're only thinking about your council, you're not thinking about how it may overlay with the Board of Supervisors, with a school district, with a special district, and you chop up all the voting precincts. So we always say GIS is available as a resource. There is no cost because you're already contributing to the GIS system, but they can show conflicts if you want to compare it to certain districts, and that's something in 2021 you can look at. They compare boundary lines. They have a great census map gallery. You can see all the census boundaries, and there's many other big map that have been developed for the public. It's all available free of charge. Our contact information, I know you guys are in a hurry, so I don't want to keep going here. My contact information, GIS's contact information, and then a bunch of links about the U.S. Census. It's all good info, so spread the word. Is there any questions?
Not really. Any question from council? No. Do we have any speaker cards? Thank you for your update.
Okay, thanks you guys. Uh-huh.
Okay, we're going to move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
No.
No. Is there any from the audience?
No speaker, no, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, we're going to move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Kathy Morris.
My name is Kathy Morris. I live in Hollister. City Council, I sat in the audience a few weeks ago in opposition to Paul Eckert becoming the city manager because of the claims of sexual harassment and retaliation against women by Eckert while he was city manager in Sioux City, Iowa. Fortunately, he did not get hired. I thought it was over until I went on Facebook and saw Mr. Resendez and the mayor making it personal by encouraging Paul Eckert to sue their constituents. In addition, Mr. Resendez then disparaged a woman here in town in a comment thread on Facebook. I know we have high school students in the audience, and I don't want to offend anybody, but what was written on there by Mr. Resendez was he referred to her as a kuka, which is slang for vagina. I'm not a Spanish speaker, but someone did translate that for me. I personally don't know you, Mr. Resendez, but from what I understand, you're popular, you're well-liked, you have or had an art business where you work with children and moms and families. So I must say that I was actually really surprised by that. I would hope that that nobody would ever refer to your daughter or your family members, your female family members, in that manner. I'm disappointed, and I expect decorum, especially from those who were put in power by the very people they disregard and degrade. Our city deserves better. Thank you, Councilman Richmond, for your open-mindedness and your that you listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Von Booth. Cheryl Von Booth.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Von Booth, and I'm here tonight to voice my disapproval of the unprofessional behavior of some of the council members. The name-calling and lewd remarks have no place in leadership. I spoke out at the November 4th council meeting because I disagreed with the decision to hire a city manager who had a sexual harassment history and retaliation lawsuit. Since that meeting, I've endured threats and name-calling from a council member and the mayor. As I stated in my post on Pantsuit Nation, and Barry Holtzclaw was kind enough to quote me in his article, I was not able to stop this kind of person from getting into the White House or onto the Supreme Court, but I sure as hell wasn't going to let someone like this come into my hometown leadership without a fight. I'm a nurse in one of San Jose's busiest trauma ERs, which Mr. Holtzclaw also pointed out in his article. I'm glad that he did, because anyone who knows a trauma nurse knows that we do not get rattled by much. I do not get rattled by brain matter coming out of the exit wound of a skull. I do not get rattled by an appendage hanging by a tendon. I do, however, get rattled when people do not perform their job in a professional and appropriate manner. This rattles me because in my profession, if we do not do our job correctly and professionally, people die. I'm not saying that that if you do not do your council member job correctly or make bad decisions or unprofessional, that people are going to die. What I'm saying is that in 25 years of having this expectation for myself and my colleagues, it's hard not to expect it of everyone. There's no place in our leadership for name-calling and lewd remarks. If you disagree over issues such as housing or sexual harassment at the workplace, have discussions, not name-calling. If you cannot act like professional adults, then I'm sure the people of Hollister will be more than happy to vote for somebody who can. And Mr. Resendez, do not ever refer to me as Evelyn Wolf. I am not Evelyn Wolf.
Irma Gonzalez. Irma Gonzalez.
Good evening. I know I said you wouldn't see me again when I came and spoke out last time, but here I am. Because this incident is one of many mounting concerns about hostility, intimidation, and harassment towards anyone disagreeing with certain members of this council. It's the highest level of city government, and it's unacceptable behavior for elected officials. While a certain councilman may have deluded himself into believing this kind of bullying projects strength, it reveals the exact opposite. It's panic masquerading as strength. The unhinged social media outbursts are a manifestation of what feels a lot like desperation. And the more desperate you become, the more outrageous you are behaving. The more rhetoric that'll come out of, and the more your paranoia will grow. Certain members of this council posting on social media will continue to howl and bark in the hopes that they can scare anyone willing to disagree and speak up against them. But just remember, like any bully, the louder you yell, the more scared we know you are. This is the most classless act I've ever seen in my life, and our city deserves better. Those that have been attacked deserve an apology, and Resendez, you deserve to be censored. And on another matter, you claim to be an artist, yet you freely stole another artist's work. You also defaced it, and you have it. You used it as your profile, and you still have it on your social media account. Every day you continue to do so, there's some more money in my pocket. So as I asked city attorney when I saw it the first day, I asked him to ask you to remove it, and yet you haven't. Again, this is, you deserve to be censored. I urge people to register to vote. Use your voice. This is not the type of individual that this city deserves. Thank you.
Fred Mauricio Mancivo.
Good evening, Fred Mancivo, Hollister. Good evening to y'all. We have a ton of students in here right now. What you have been doing, and yourself, because I'm an individual that you told to have sued by Eckert. Your bullying isn't gonna work. Your trolling is not gonna work. Most trolls, most bullies are in hiding. You guys are here. It's unacceptable. Our women should not be degraded that way. And as council members, you should be upholding higher standards for yourselves. This isn't directed to you women or you, Marty. This is to Roland. I am in your district, sir. I did vote for you. But believe me, I will not vote for you again. Or you, Mayor. This is unacceptable. You guys need to stand up for your people, and of all people, Roland, you should be standing up for women because of who you are and the fight that you've had to go through. But you want to sit here and degrade women and call them cucas? That is unacceptable. Saying go run to your daddy? Really? Don't hide behind hashtags. How about you stand up and speak to these people face to face instead of hiding behind a podium and conducting your official business here? Don't go and lie to these people. That's unacceptable. Shaking hands and acting like you're friends with them, and then you go and you talk badly about our female counterparts around here? No. I have a daughter. Ooh, this puts rage in my body because there's no way that I would allow for an individual to speak about my daughter that way or any other female. That's unacceptable. You want a hashtag? I got a hashtag for you. It's called Recall Roland. We don't need you. We need better. We need better for these students. We need better for our females, our women. Everybody has a voice, and I hope they stand up tonight. I hope we can get students to stand up because these girls in here, they deserve better than you, all right? I will make sure that the individual you work for knows that they lost business because of you. My kids will not even be anywhere near you, sir. Sorry for this guy right here.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Michael Kelly.
Good evening, Michael Kelly, 5th Street. I come here to speak as a resident and not for my employer, but I do want to talk about employment. And it seems to me in a typical workplace, hopefully a lot of workplaces are like mine, expressions of hostility toward coworkers and toward the general public, expressions of confrontation, aggression are not welcome. If I were to say things of the nature of, look, sister, or you need guidance from your daddy, or some word that starts with a C that's been mentioned already, I could very much risk my job and my reputation, and rightly so. And it would be very much uncalled for. And of course, the reason I'm bringing up these specific expressions is that something of this nature has been expressed by you, Councilmember Resendez, and it's very inappropriate. It's expressions of aggression toward women that I counted 4 particular women receiving this sort of treatment recently. 2 of them are city council members right here, who oddly got this treatment because they agreed with you in a consensus vote last time, which is strange logic. And the other 2 were residents, so it's punching downward, bullying in other words, residents who disagreed with you. So agreement, disagreement, somehow each time deserve punishment. Punishment. It's, like I said, puzzling logic. So it's inappropriate, and I would like a clear statement. I'd like to hear a clear statement that this is inappropriate and that it's not becoming of a council member, and it poorly represents the residents of the city of Hollister. And it would be very nice if, Mr. Mayor, you would make that statement at some point or another. And if you cannot make that statement, I wonder why. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Marilyn Furr.
I'm going to talk from back here. I'm Marilyn Furr. I've lived here for almost 60 years. And I've been a part of this community and a visitor to this meeting room very often. I don't really have to repeat what some of the people have said. You've said it for me. We have to show respect, decorum, and if you're an elected official, that's part of your oath. And that's all I have to say. You are an elected official. Act like one.
Salvador Mora.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Before I get started, I'd like to, I know it's a holiday season, I'd like to send a Merry Christmas wish out to the city staff, law enforcement officials, firefighters, first responders, paramedics, to thank you for your service, and especially on the holiday season when you're working Christmas Eve and Christmas, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, while the rest of us are at home with our families. As a former law enforcement officer, I definitely understand and appreciate your guys' service. I just want to say thank you, guys. And thank you, Chief, for your service to our city, and hopefully we'll be seeing you around here. Again, like many other speakers before me, it's disappointing that we have to come here and speak to individuals on how to show respect to their peers or the community. It's disappointing that we have to teach adults how to behave properly, especially adults that consider themselves educators and influence the young children of this community. You know, hearing certain council members speak about other individuals in such a negative way on social media and on public and to the media is very disturbing. you know, you don't have to get along with each other per se. You don't have to agree with each other, but you should respect one another. You know, you can go tit for tat, you know, about saying, oh, well, what if this person says this? Is this acceptable? None of it's acceptable, and sometimes apology does need to be said, but you don't need to be acting like that. I can only imagine, hearing after hearing the council member, speaking to the two female council women that their daddy threw them under the bus. I can only imagine if anybody in the community or any of those council members would have made the same comment to this individuals, and saying, maybe he only follows what the mayor wants him to do, and maybe that would be the person that would be his daddy. This person would be outraged, especially considering that he's a member of the LGBT community. I only see this council member bully and harass women. So it's really disturbing. Is that the type of individual that we want to have
Thank you, Mr.
with our young people?
Thank you.
It's time to grow up.
Thank you very much.
And be respectable.
Elia Salinas.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Elia Salinas, also known as hashtag Elia Salinas is a cuca, which means in Spanish, vagina or cunt, which is, I have never in my entire life ever been called a cunt. So thank you, Roland Resendez, for being the first man to ever, or woman to ever call me that. It is an offensive word, and I cannot believe that I have to be up here to discuss this with you when you are a member of the LGBTQ community. You have a daughter. How dare you disrespect women by using that? You accuse Marty Richmond of being their daddy, and their daddy would be a Councilwoman Carol Lenore and Councilwoman Honor Spencer. Their daddy is meaning to them in the Urban Dictionary is you're calling him a pimp, and they're his prostitutes. You've also said that they don't do, what they do is they get wined and dined by developers. You're saying they're whores, that the reason that they make decisions up there on the dais is because they're getting wined and dined because they're prostitutes. You have absolutely no respect for women, and it is really pathetic. I usually come up here on the last meeting of the year, and I thank the council for the work that they've done, and this is really sad that I have come up here and I can take a couple of seconds of my time to thank Westrick instead of taking more time for the work that he's done in his community because of your actions that you've done out there. You say that you're honored and you're humbled. A man who has honor and a man who is humbled does not do that to the community. You don't go out there and you don't cyberbully. The problem with you, Resendez, is that I am not a victim, and I will not sit down and be shut up by you because you are out there bullying me. Bring it on. I'm right here, and every time you continue to do this, this is what's gonna happen. People vote, the voices vote, but let me remind you one thing, Resendez. Cyberbullying is a crime. What you've done is you've committed a crime, and I will do whatever it takes to go after you for this, because this is not acceptable. And the last 30 seconds that I have here is that you go out there and you're accusing that members here are on the take when there's development going on. You're always saying, oh, they're on the take, they're making money. Well, tell you what, I got information today that's a really huge conflict of interest. Mayor Velasquez's company, AES Solar Company, has a relationship with PlaceWorks. PlaceWorks is selected by the staff to be the general plan consultant. That is a conflict of interest.
Kevin Henderson.
Thank you very much. So, before, hang on a second. I can make a comment, and I want to make sure we're clear. So often I hear things when people come up.
You're making
That,
comment
hang
now,
on,
I
and I
see.
can. So thank you very much. They're untrue.
Keep going.
And this was another one of those examples, and a lot of what I heard tonight is untrue, but that right there, I have no idea what you're even talking about. So, you know, again, this is another example of throwing more mud and hoping that it sticks on some creative slander again. No, I can't actually. I can't. That is point of order. I'm in charge. I have the floor. You're not.
Mayor?
She's making, no, you do not know the rules here. I do. So please, silence there. So let's make sure we're clear on this. Throwing out a statement like that that's completely untrue is what keeps happening here, and it shouldn't be happening. So thank you very much. Go ahead.
Kevin, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Council, and Mr. Mayor. I wanted to, on a lighter note, just thank the Council for the beautiful lights that we have in downtown. Thank those that voted for that. I'm also thankful for voting to allow HDA to hold its events. You know, it was 2 years that voted to not to open the streets for the HDA events this year. So I'm thankful for those that did vote for that. As far as the reference that was made by Mr. Ascendez, I won't repeat the word. You know, I've read it was a couple translations, one being cockroach, another one being what's been said previously. I can just tell you that, you know, my friend I carpool with, he has relatives in Colombia, and when I repeated the phrase, his eyebrows lifted up. So I think Mr. Ascendez knew that when he made the comment, that it could be taken one way or another. So he has cover, but I don't think it's gonna fly. Another comment that was made is by Mr. Ascendez is the hashtag #OKBoomer. And for those of you who may not be familiar, it's a generational slight from maybe millennials or Generation Zs towards baby boomers. I just think that's inappropriate to use ageism as a response to someone's constituents on Facebook. My parents are baby boomers. I would hope that none of you would speak to my parents in that manner. So I just wanted to have my voice heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Rivera.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bill Avra. I would really am here to just thank you for your year of service this year. I wish everybody happy holidays, not only the council, but the committees and commission and everybody that spends their time. I think there's very few of us that really understand the amount of time that it takes you folks and committee members and commissioner members and the amount of time that they dedicate to the city of Hollister. And we're all very fortunate that not only you, but they also do that. So, and then finally, I'd like to say thank you to Chief Westrick. Obviously, he was the chief of police for me throughout my tenure. He made my job so much easier. I wish the councils before you and you realize how much easier he made your jobs. I talked to a lot of my colleagues, and police chiefs are generally the one department that causes the most grief in any organization. And as you know, he just simply did not. I think it's a testament to him, but I also think it's a testament to the folks that are underneath him. We have an amazing department from top to bottom, and a lot of that goes to, anyway, the kudos should go to Mr. Westrick and his command staff. So with that said, thank you very, very much, and have a great holiday season. I know you're off for a meeting, so you have a well-deserved month off. Take advantage of it. Let's come back after the new year, new decade, and start off fresh. Okay?
Thank you, Bill.
I have one last speaker card. Amber Henderson.
My My name is Amber Henderson. I'm a resident of Hollister. I have been following along in what's been going on in city council meetings from home. I haven't been here in this building. I keep track of how our council members vote. I also see what is said on social media. Today I'm here to express my deep concern and truly my disgust for the misogynist behavior that Mr. Resendez has not just displayed recently, in the past as well. This is something that is ongoing, and as a female member of this community, it concerns me. Frankly, I feel that he has made this the environment in our community feel unsafe, make women feel that they are attacked. Since I'm the last speaker, maybe I can get some cooperation here. All the women in the room, if you would please stand up.
No, we have to
No?
speak to the council,
Okay.
please. Yeah.
Well, you can see how many women are here today, whether they spoke to the council or not. They were affected by the things that you said. Not just individuals. Anyone in this room over 55 also affected by what you said. I would ask that that the council act and do something about Mr. Resendez's behavior. Require him to take sexual harassment courses. It's what he needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we're going to move to item C1, City Manager's Report.
Nothing to report at this time.
C2, Training and Conferences.
Have a few, actually. Good evening, Mayor Velasquez, City Council. Recreation staff has been pretty busy these last few weeks. I had Armando Larios, who's our recreation maintenance staff worker, attend a class to become a certified pesticide applicator, and he will go back and take his test on January 20th. Nick Marola, recreation coordinator, attended the California Parks and Recreation Society Region 2 conference in Morgan Hill. And he networked with recreation professionals from a variety of Northern California cities, sharing resources, ideas, and struggles. Becky Casada, senior support staff, attended the California INCO 10 financing training in Fresno. And with this training was beneficial to her. She learned how to input Excel report into the city's finance program known as Tyler. And in the training, she learned how to maneuver through the program more effectively, which will benefit the Recreation Department during the budget process. And lastly, I attended a special events safety seminar in San Diego. And in light of the recent attacks to special event venues, it is now more important than ever to properly plan and be prepared to provide the safest event possible. And at this seminar, they specialize in crowd management and up-to-date best practices to plan and manage a special event in our community. That's all I have to report.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you again for the ice rink.
Yes, thank you.
I did it one more time with my family. Thank you.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
I don't know if anyone else has any training to report, but no?
Brett, did you have?
Well, yeah, fire does.
Fire does?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Battalion Chief Dover with the Hollister Fire Department. Fire Department had a few training seminars this month. Firefighter Seaman went to a driver operator class in Apple Valley. Chief Martin Del Campos attended emergency disaster management in Richard, Virginia, managing large-scale disasters. Firefighting staff attended a suicide prevention workshop in Watsonville, California. We had two safer firefighters attend Fireline EMT training for being deployed on strike teams with CAL FIRE in the near future. And Fire Chief Martin Del Campo and Battalion Chief Rossi attended a Fair Labor Standards Act in Georgetown, Texas. And that's it for training for the fire department.
Thank you.
The airport has we sent 2 employees off to disaster training for airport operations. These are the 2 employees that will be tasked with operating the airport during a major disaster on a 24-hour cycle, and that was Adam Bocanegra and Liz Corral. So.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Christine.
I attended a PIO training Monday and Tuesday of last week in Salinas. That was put on by, I believe it was County OES that did it. And it was really interesting. We just kind of went over everything, the difference between a JIC and a JIS. JIC is a place, the Joint Information Center, and a JIS is the process or the system that you go through, which I always wondered what those 2 differences were because you always see them kind of together. So it was really good training. I expect I will be going to a 3-day training here in town in January. So that's it.
Thank you.
And then for myself, for finance, I attended the League of California Cities Municipal Finance, which is also held at the same time as the city clerks and fire chief. And let me tell you, the city clerks are, I don't know what kind of training they do, but they are very noisy and a lot of laughter. But so some of Christine's colleagues were missing her, and I just want to pass it along. So thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yep.
So we're going to move to item E1, and there's been a request to table it to a date certain, or?
January 21st, 2020.
I do have a speaker card on E1.
Okay, we'll hear from this. So let me open it for a public hearing then. At this point, we'll open it for a public hearing.
Jess Rodriguez.
Before I begin my presentation, can I hand you out a copy of Labor Code 6404.5?
Yeah, as long as everyone gets one and the city clerk gets a copy also.
I have copies for everybody.
Yeah.
I have a copy. I don't know if you gave them out.
Go ahead.
If you need one more, I have 2 more.
Thank
Just
you.
return what you don't have.
I think I have a copy right there, right? Thank you anyway.
First, my name is Jess Rodriguez. I represent Mr. Juventino Rodriguez Jr. in reference to Lexington Cigar Lounge. First of all, I want to tell you we're a little bit upset that we've been notified by this meeting that you're going to table our item into next month because of the process of what we're going to. But first of all, in reference to the Labor Code 6404.5, there's nothing on this law that states that you cannot have a bar within you cannot have a bar within a cigar lounge. Some of the documents that they were forwarded to me by Amber, they're just opinions of individuals at different levels of our government. But on this labor code doesn't say anything about it. The part that myself personally, I'm disappointed about our city is 2 things. Number 1, from the beginning, we stated to you guys on the conditional use permit the hours of operations that my client wanted to have, being Monday to Thursday, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., Sunday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. So I do not understand how, by a notation on my drawings or my client's drawings saying that we have a bar, how we're being classified as a full bar. That's the part that's been throwing me off. The second part of it is the purpose of the alcohol is primarily for his clients at the cigar lounge, which what his emphasis is. He's trying to have a business that retails high premium cigars. The purpose of the liquor is primarily to complement the cigar experience for his clients. Number two, it goes part with 6404.5. We're not open to the public. We're pretty much what is considered a private cigar lounge. So you have 3 ways of getting access into it. Number 1, you must have a membership. Number 2, you must purchase a cigar from the retail portion, which is on the front of the building, and then that will allow you access to smoke your cigar. And number 3, if you're one of those individuals that likes a specific type of cigar that we may not have available for you, then you can go ahead and proceed and bring your product to the premises, and they pay a fee to have access to the premises. So again, you know, I'm like I said, my biggest point right now is I commuted 4.5 hours from my vacation time to come and represent my client, and I'm finding right now at 7:26 plus or minus that we're not being tabled until next month. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I'm sorry you didn't know that ahead of time. Okay,
Thank
this
you.
time we're gonna close public hearing. Okay, so there's a request to agendize this on January 21st. Is there a motion?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. A motion, what we'd be looking for is a motion to continue it to a date certain of January 21st.
I'll make a motion, we
2020.
continue the item E1 to date certain January 21st meeting.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We're gonna take a 10-minute break so we can sign off all the students.
For those of you
Paperwork.
who want to stay, let me tell you that we can't, city council action will be under F2. G2, excuse me. Later tonight. Aye.
Oh, no one's going to.
we're going to go ahead and resume the meeting. We'll move to item E2.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and I do have a presentation for this item. Okay, so this item before you tonight is a resolution for granting 2 exceptions, which I'll go into from Title 16 subdivisions of the Municipal Code, as well as approving minor subdivision 2019-5. So the applicant is proposing to, is proposing a minor subdivision to subdivide a 9,524 square foot parcel in the home office zoning district, which allows 8 to 12 units per acre. Parcel 1 is proposed to be 4,655 square feet, and it has an existing duplex that fronts 6th Street. On your screen, that's to the south, or to the bottom of the screen. And then there's also a detached shed and a detached garage on this property. That's at the back of the lot with access to Wentz Alley, which is at the top of the map on your screen here. And then parcel 2 is proposed to be 4,869 square feet with an existing single-family residence that fronts 6th Street. The parcel map shows 2 proposed off-street parking spaces with access from Wentz Alley on this piece, and then there are existing, I believe, 4 existing spaces on the proposed duplex lot. In addition to the minor subdivision, the applicant is requesting an exception to 2 subdivision standards. The first is the lot width to depth ratio for parcels 1 and 2. And 2 is an exception to minimum lot width on parcel 1. I will explain in more detail this in a little bit, but both proposed lots would have a width to depth ratio of 4:1 rather than the required standard of 3:1. And parcel 1, which is also, they're requesting a lot width reduction or exception. The parcel 1 width would be 33 feet wide rather than the required minimum 35-foot width of lots from section 16. The proposed lots, they have existing sewer, water, storm drain services from the city of Hollister. And this project was previously approved by the City Council at its regular meeting of May 18, 2009, so 10 years ago. And since that time, the tentative map has expired, and the applicant is requesting approval of the map again. During this time, they've been moving a power pole as part of the conditions, and that pole is now moved, but the map is expired. So they are requesting reapproval of the map. The home office zoning district allows for an option for offices and small-scale manufacturing uses in what is otherwise a medium-density residential zoning district. Again, 8 to 12 units per acre. And the Old Town medium residential development standards apply to all residential development in the home office zoning district. This table on your screen denotes the minimum lot size, and the minimum lot size requirement is 5,000 square feet for a single-family residence, 6,800 square feet for a duplex, and 10,000 square feet for 3 units in the OTM, Old Town Medium Zoning District. Proposed parcels 1 and 2 do not meet this standard minimum lot size. Again, parcel 1 is 4,655 square feet with a duplex, and parcel 2 is proposed to be 4,869 square feet with an existing single-family unit. Although the lot sizes of parcels 1 and 2 are less than the required 5,000 and 6,800 square foot minimums, the project qualifies for an exception to the lot size minimum in the Old Town District, which is described in footnote 6 of table 1704-2 residential lot size, lot area, and density requirements by district. in order to help protect the historic character of the general plan Old Town Special Planning Area. And this exception states as follows. I'll read it off the screen. An exception to the minimum lot size in the Old Town District may be allowed if the Planning Commission can make the following findings. 1, the subdivision includes at least 1 or 2 existing residences that have been included on a list of historic structures approved by the Hollister City Council, or including defining characteristics to qualify for a list. 2, the location of the existing residences will comply with side yard setback requirements after the subdivision. And 3, a deed restriction is recorded on the property that prohibits the demolition of the historic structure for at least 10 years. The applicant meets the exception requirements because at least 1 existing residence has been included as a contributing building in the Monterey Street Historic District, and the location of the existing residences in relation to the proposed property line complies with side yard setbacks for interior lots, which is 5 feet. A recommended condition in the attached resolution will require the applicant record a deed restriction on the property that prohibits demolition of the structure until January 1, 2030, or at least 10 years from the date of recordation of the deed restriction, whichever occurs later. The property, again, is located within the Monterey Street Historic District, and it's registered in the United States Department of the Interior National Register of Historic Places. The 1.5-story duplex at 424 and 426 6th Street was constructed around 1908. I do apologize, I don't have any photos. Street view, there's a nice large tree blocking the photos of the building. So the duplex is considered a contributing building to the Monterey Street Historic District, and the contributing historical attributes include a front-facing gable roof, horizontal board siding, 2/2 double-hung windows, paired windows in the front gable, and a hip porched roof on the first story. A large garage and a residence, which was demolished in 2009 as part of the approval, so there is no longer a residence located behind the duplex, but there is still a garage in the rear of the lot, and those are near Wentz Alley. The garage is also designated as a contributing building in the Monterey Street Historic District. The single-family residence, which is proposed on Parcel 2, at 418 6th Street, is listed as a non-contributing building in the Monterey Street Historic District. As mentioned, this application is before you because they are requesting an exception to subdivision lot standards, which require City Council approval, not just Planning Commission approval. So again, these are minimum lot width of Parcel 1 and the lot width to depth ratio on both Parcels 1 and 2. Section 1608050 of the Hollister Municipal Code allows an applicant to request such an exception to these requirements for subdivisions. The applicant's request from the previous approval was provided in your packet. And the conflict with the subdivision standards are as follows. So at the top of your screen, you see 1602040B, which reads, the depth of residential lots shall not exceed 3 times the average width. The Planning Commission may grant exceptions where the Commission determines that the terrain or property boundaries make this advisable. Both lot width to depth ratios on both parcels do not meet the standard of 3 to 1. They would have something that exceeds 3 to 1. Parcel 1 would be at a ratio of 4 to 1, and Parcel 2 would have a lot width to depth ratio of 3.4 to 1. The lot dimensions would not comply with this section of the subdivision ordinance. And then you'll also see on your screen section 1620040K, which reads, each lot shall have a frontage of a public street of not less than 35 feet. Parcel 1 is proposed to be less than 35 feet wide on 6th Street. It's proposed to be 33.25 feet wide. It is not a flag lot. There's an exception for flag lots in this section, but it is not a flag lot, so they are requesting this exception. At the November 21st, 2019 meeting, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council make the following required findings and grant the exception to the subdivision ordinance, as well as approve minor subdivision 2019-5 with the conditions contained in the draft resolution. And these findings that are required in order for the council to make an exception to the subdivision code are as follows. The first finding that the council must make is that there are special circumstances affecting the subdivision. And the evidence we have for this is that the proposed project is located in the general plan Old Town Special Planning Area, where some of the first homes in the city of Hollister were constructed. The existing residences were placed on the property between approximately 1908 and 1930. And the proposed property line between the residences establishes a 5.5-foot setback between the existing residences, which conforms to the setback requirements in Title 17, as well as the building code. Increasing the width of parcel 1 to 35 feet would establish a non-conforming setback and would conflict with the building code unless the residences were modified. This is like for windows and things like that. If you have a small setback of less than 5, you start getting into fire code requirements and removal of windows and such. And a modification to the duplex could diminish the historic character of the structure. The lot width to depth ratio of 4:1 exceeds that standard of 3:1, but the existing residences will comply with the setback requirements, and both lots will have dual access from both 6th Street and Wentz Alley. The second finding that the council must make is that the granting of the exception will not defeat the objectives of this chapter and the adopted general plan of the city. The evidence we have for this is that the standards in Title 16 subdivisions have been established to promote the public health, safety, convenience, and general welfare, to regulate the design of subdivisions, and to assure compliance with Title 17 zoning and the City of Hollister general plan. The Development Review Committee, DRC, did not identify any public health, safety, or nuisance issues associated with the request for an exception to the width of parcel 1 and lot width to depth ratios. And the City of Hollister zoning ordinance allows an exception to minimum lot size requirements in the home office zoning district for properties such as this with historic structures that comply with setback requirements. The provisions were established to encourage retention of the historic housing stock in the general plan Old Town Special Planning Area, and a residence on the proposed parcel 1 has been listed as a contributing historic building in the Monterey Street Historic District. The proposed subdivision will not warrant improvements that would require alteration to the site development pattern or the Old Town Zoning District Supplemental Design Standards for in Section 1704-050 of the zoning ordinance. And standards for setbacks between existing residences and off-street parking can be met with the proposed exceptions. The third finding is that the granting of exceptions will not injure other land in the area where the subdivision is located. Evidence we have for this is that the exception to lot width and lot width to depth ratio will not result in a physical change to the area. The residences were constructed over 85 years ago, and there is not potential for additional residential development from the subdivision. The exception won't result in a physical change to the character of the historic Old Town Special Planning Area of the general plan. The fourth of 5 findings is that the exception is necessary to protect a substantial property right of the subdivider. And this exception will enable the applicant to subdivide existing developed residential property pursuant to provisions allowed in the Old Town Zoning District in Table 1704-2 of the zoning ordinance. And these provisions were established to encourage retention of historic housing stock in the Old Town Special Planning Area. And finally, the fifth finding to make an exception is that the exception is not in conflict with the government code. And the DRC did not identify any conflicts with any of the government code. The existing density on the 9,524 square foot lot is legal non-conforming. There are 3 residences currently on the property, a duplex and a single family, which equates to 13.72 units per acre, which exceeds the 12 unit per acre maximum of the medium density residential zoning designation, And if the parcel map is approved by the council, the single family home on 4,869 square feet will be conforming at a density of 8.95 units per acre. However, the duplex, which is on a 4,655 square foot lot, will become non-conforming at an even higher density of 18.72 units per acre. The code is ambiguous on whether the exception to the minimum lot size for historic properties can also exempt the project from densities of the zoning district. While this project has received previous approval back in 2009, staff has concerns that approving a subdivision on a legal non-conforming lot which exceed the densities of the general plan and zoning ordinance will set a precedence for future projects. Staff is therefore requesting, in addition to a recommendation on this project, or in this case, adoption of a resolution, we're requesting further direction from the council on the possible amendments to the code to clarify the exemption for historic properties. For example, the single family unit, which is on parcel 2, meets the density requirements again at 8.95, but it doesn't meet the minimum lot size, which is ideal for the exemption as it's written. While the duplex also meets the requirements of the exemption, being historic, meeting the setbacks, and it'll have a deed restriction to not demolish for 10 years, but it's non-conforming for density. And again, the code is ambiguous on whether this exemption applies in this case. Findings were made for approval of the case in 2009, and the same findings are being proposed for the approval of the project at this time. However, direction for the future to avoid ambiguity moving forward is being requested. And with that, staff recommends that the City Council review the applicant's request, receive all written and oral testimony regarding the proposal, and adopt a resolution making findings for the exception to the lot width requirement for parcel 1 and lot width to depth ratio pursuant to section 16.08040 and 16.20040 of Title 16 subdivisions of the Municipal Code, and approving minor subdivision 2019-5. Additionally, as just mentioned, staff would request the council's direction regarding amending the code exemption for minimum lot size for historic properties in the Old Town. We would recommend a clarification in the code regardless of the council's direction, but whether the council would like projects to comply with density, even if they're requesting the exception, would be at the discretion of the council. So we could also indicate in the code that projects under this exemption do not need to comply with the density if that's your direction. We would just recommend that we do make a change to the exception to say either they should comply with density or they may not. If you have any questions, I know it's a lot.
Wow, that's a lot. Do you have a question?
Yes, I have.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
So which part of the research did you not do?
I would like to thank Mary Paxson for her 2009 staff report.
So I want to make sure you understand this. All the buildings currently exist.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned one lot is 33 and a half or 33 and a quarter, whatever it is, not
Correct,
35.
yes.
What's the width of the other lot on the street? Is it conforming?
It is conforming.
one next
It's wider. I'll go back to
So
the
the only
parcel.
reason the density changes is because we draw a property line in.
Correct. And it is non-conforming as it currently sits.
Right. But as it currently sits, it's the same exact amount of space, it's the same exact dwellings. The only difference is we draw a line on,
That is
on the map.
correct.
And by drawing the line on the map, we change the density. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so essentially by doing this, we make two legal parcels. However, we don't change anything else. There's no extra building going in or going up. There's no smaller one. Everybody's got the same amount of side yard, there's the same amount of backyard, and the same amount of front yard. The only thing is we make a legal parcel.
That is
and
correct,
split
yes.
it in two.
You're taking a technically triplex into a single family which conforms to density and a duplex.
Thank you. That was my question.
Councilmember Lenart?
I know I heard this all before, but it was several years ago. Are you asking, could we process requests on a case-by-case basis without changing the municipal code?
We can, and
Because this doesn't come up very often, and
Right.
I understand it's in the Old Town Historical District. It has a special circumstances here. By the way, I thought you laid the findings out very nicely.
But do we actually have to change the muni code, or can we just be flexible when we need to?
I think we can be flexible when we need to. I think it would be good for, if this comes up in another 10 years and people aren't here, that we write something about it so there's no question.
So you would prefer to amend the city code to conform to these non-conforming lots when they come up?
We could amend it to state that it does not necessarily have to conform to density and will be processed on a case-by-case basis. But I think that making a statement of some kind, whether it is to say, yes, they need to conform, or we will consider something that doesn't conform, would be good just to clarify processing in the future.
That we would consider something that doesn't conform.
Yeah, and I think we can make that change to the code also. Right. It's come up twice in 10 years and it's the same project.
Okay, any other questions? I'm having a hard time going back and forth. I don't like setting a new precedent because I think it does create problems. We've seen that in the past, and that's why I'm concerned about the changes. Okay, so this time we're going to open for a public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
I have no speaker cards for E2.
We all complain that we don't have housing, affordable housing, and I think that on an one-on-one basis, something like this should be considered. It only benefits your constituents. It also benefits your council member, Roland Resendez, who lives in an illegal, unpermitted dwelling.
Oh my God.
So it would have to be grandfathered in. So you really need to consider this, and I think it's in the best interest of the city, especially Resendez.
Okay, is there any other speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I have to say, sometimes I'm just astounded by some of these things that are thrown out like this. This is a historical part of our city, very important part. I understand some of the needs we have. I just don't like going through the exceptions, and I think it does set a precedent to create some of the issues for us in the future. I don't know what the right answer is tonight. I just don't. I think this takes more time to really go through it and understand what we're trying to do in the long term. Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you. I'm going to disagree, and the reason is that that's what we get paid for, is to look at these things. And yes, we have a million rules, as the young lady pointed out when she put up all the findings. But there's 10 million different situations. There's a million rooms, there's 10 million different situations. And we get paid to look at those and see what makes sense. So we're not adding any dwellings. We're not taking away any dwellings. We're not changing the size of the property at all. And that line, you won't see it. No one's gonna go out there with a bucket of yellow paint and paint the line between those two houses. It's just a legal line that's gonna be on a map somewhere, so that if one person wants to split that lot and sell half of it, they can do that. And you know what that means? That means they may be able to keep the other half and have a place to live. And so that's really important. If this changed something, I might be opposed to it, but it changes absolutely nothing. All it does is make it legal to split that lot open. If they came back a year from now and said, gee, I want to build another building on this lot, that'd be another issue completely. But right now, it will look exactly the same. It will be exactly the same. It's the same lot, it's the same buildings. It's going to have a legal split on it. That's the only difference. I think that's what we get paid to make reasonable judgments. I think that's a reasonable thing to do, to keep these properties up. People have to pay their taxes. They have to pay a lot of money in various fees, and sometimes you just can't afford to have both buildings. And I don't know if that's the case here, but I'll assume that somebody wants to split them for legal reasons, because that's exactly what they're doing. So I will make the motion.
First, before we do that, is there any other comments from anybody else? No? Okay, go ahead.
I will make the motion that we approve Resolution 2019-254, Resolution City Council, approving exemptions to Title 16 subdivisions of Hollister Municipal Code, and minor subdivision 2019-5, approving minor subdivision 2019-5, and subdivision of a 9,524 square foot parcel into two parcels at 418, 424, and 426 6th Street, and the findings as presented by staff. And I will ask staff to bring back a change to the ordinance saying that we will consider this on an individual basis, on a one-to-one basis, because it does not look to me like we can include that in this item, because it's not listed as such on the agenda.
Correct.
Thank
We're
you.
just looking for direction on
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Against?
No.
No. Motion carries 3-2. We're going to move on to
Thank you, Eva.
Thank you. I'll be here for
E3.
E3. Thank you. This is me as well.
Okay.
And I do have a presentation on this as well. Okay, so item E3 before you tonight is a master plan for the Chapel Road project area. The Chapel Road project area consists of 13 contiguous parcels totaling 117.72 acres, of which 17.43 acres are designated North Gateway Commercial. On your screen, these are parcel A, which is the kind of top left, and B1, which is the north of the Highway 25 bypass. And 100.29 acres are designated low-density residential in the City of Hollister general plan. The project site, as you can see, is located north of Santa Ana Road, east of North Chapel Road, and west and south of the Highway 25 bypass. For a little bit of background on the project, at its regular meeting of June 18, 2018, the City Council approved the certification of an Environmental Impact Report, or an EIR, and adopted a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the pre-zoning for future annexation of the entire 117.72 acre Chapel Road project site. At the August 6, 2018 City Council meeting, the City Council approved ordinances 1157 through 1168, pre-zoning for future annexation, all 13 contiguous properties, again totaling 117.72 acres. Mitigation Measure 3.1.3 of the adopted EIR for the project area requires that the future development in project area shall develop a master development plan that shall be submitted to the city for review and approval by you tonight. Prior to receiving an entitlement from the City of Hollister, that would require improvements to the site, such as a subdivision or site and architectural approval. A master plan is a dynamic long-term planning document that provides a conceptual layout to guide future growth and development. It is not a development proposal. Although all of the 13 parcels of the 117.72 acres within the Chapel Road project area have been pre-zoned by the City of Hollister, thus far only parcels 1, 2, 3, C, D, and A with the filled-in stars on your screen have been annexed into the city by the local agency formation commission, LAFCO. During the city's process of the pre-zone for annexation, not all of the properties within the project site were interested in annexation at the time. And in working with LAFCO, not all of the properties in the Chapel Road master plan area needed to be annexed at once. Each application for annexation will be processed in a case-by-case basis through the City Council, but they are pre-zoned to their respective North Gateway or low-density residential performance overlay zone. Within the 118-acre site, there are various acres of land that are vacant or are currently under agricultural production. Approval of this master plan tonight does not require any of the existing land uses to change. However, pending approval of the master plan, Any future development proposals within the master plan area shall substantially conform to the approved master plan. At this time, owner representatives of parcels A, parcels 1, 2, and parcel 3, identified in this figure on the screen and also attachment 1 of your report, have expressed interest in a potential subdivision or development of the land in the near future. The proposals shall have to be consistent with the future approved master plan by the council. In May of this year, the City of Hollister contracted with Kimley Horn Planning and Design Engineering Consultants to assist the city with preparation of the draft master plan for the Chapel Road area per the mitigation measure 3.1.3 of the EIR. Kimley Horn provided a proposal which included the scope of work, not to exceed cost, and a timeline for preparation of the draft. And we have reviewed the proposal from Kimley Horn, and we authorized a notice to proceed once payment and for the preparation of the plan was received from the pre-zone applicants. So it was at no cost to the city. It was it's a requirement of development, and so the developers are paying for the process to move forward in their entitlements. In September of this year, staff met with various property owners and separately with the Hollister School District to review the draft plan. And in addition, we've sent out notification in English and Spanish to property owners within the master plan area and within 300 feet for the Planning Commission. And for this one, we sent it out to a bit more people for the council meeting tonight of the area plan, informing the public of the draft plan, requesting their comments, and notifying them of the public hearing date. We've met with various property owners and have provided information about the draft plan. I believe myself personally, I've talked to all but one of the property owners about this plan, so they are all aware of it in some degree. At this time, I'd like to give a little bit of background and introduce Mr. Sandy Vance from Kimley Horn, who will be talking about the plan itself. As senior manager in Kimley Horn's office and with over 35 years of experience, Mr. Vance has managed all aspects of project development from initial site feasibility analysis and conceptual design through the design development, the specific plan entitlement, and site layout to final jurisdictional approvals. His areas of expertise include residential projects of all types and densities, retail, commercial, office, mixed use, campus design and development, light industrial, resort, recreational, streetscape, open space, and park planning. 35 years of involvement in just about every conceivable kind of land design have taken Mr. Vance from California to the Pacific Northwest, from New England to Florida, and from Texas to Arizona. More recently, land planning and landscape architecture has taken Mr. Vance overseas to South Korea, Ghana, Nepal, and Russia. And with this, I'd like to present you Mr. Sandy Vance to discuss the overall goals of the plan, and I'll come back after his presentation to close off. He's going to be sitting over here. He's recovering from an injury, but I'll pass the baton.
We can get you a mic if you need to sit.
Thank you.
You know they're right
Thank
up
you.
there.
Yeah, you'll forgive me. I fractured a toe a while ago, and it's kind of made me hobbling around. I am recovering, and so I'll give it a shot here and see how we do. As Eva said, my name is Sandy Vance with Kimley Horn and Associates. I'm with their Oakland office. Kimley Horn is a multidisciplinary type firm. We have traffic transportation engineers, civil engineers, environmental people, we have landscape architects, and just about everything else you can name, airport planners. We do a whole lot of different projects and types of work, but my particular expertise is in master planning, land planning, and landscape architecture. And as Eva had said, I had 37 years of land planning experience, community master planning throughout, mostly in California and the western states and other parts of the country and the world. I was asked by the city to prepare a master plan, as Eva said, for the area from Chapel Road out to the Highway 25 bypass. The concept was to create an attractive project for future development that would function as a really inviting place for the city's gateway, North Gateway District, and one that would be cohesive, well-planned, and attract people and give them a nice feeling when they came into Hollister as a welcome mat to the city. And that was kind of the overarching goal behind what I was asked to do. I'm going to try to walk you through the thought process that we went through in creating the master plan, and hopefully that will kind of show you step by step how we got to where we got to. The cover photo is actually, especially the one on the left, is actually a shot of what it looks like from Chapel Road looking across the agricultural fields to the distant mountains. So you can see it's pretty spectacular. You probably already know that anyway, but it's quite a view, and it's something that we felt was important to take advantage of and try to preserve it to whatever extent possible. Before you begin any kind of master planning project, you want to have some goals and objectives. We did formulate our own goals and objectives, basically. The most important one was to follow the intent and the spirit of the city's general plan for North Gateway, both residential and commercial areas, with particular attention to section 17.08.020. That's the commercial development regulations, which caught my attention mostly. That basically, and I'm going to quote just a couple of lines from section 17.08.040, structures shall be sited along street frontages of sites with parking in the rear or in limited circumstances to the side. Functional use of open space should be developed in favor of placement of landscaping in unusable areas or passive landscape areas. And then going on to 17.08.030, open space areas shall be clustered into larger landscaped areas rather than equally distributing them in areas of low impact, such as around building peripheries, behind structures, or in other areas of little impact to the public view. In other words, get the most for your buck on the landscape area. Let it show off the area that you're working with. Other goals and objectives. We decided we needed to plan for a land area and an alignment that would be required to construct a future eventual Pacific Way overpass. That was one of the criteria that we were given in beginning this project. There were some considerations given to an underpass as opposed to an overpass, but when you look at costs and all of the problems with an underpass, it just was out of the question. So what I did was I went to one of our Kimley Horn, we're traffic transportation planners as well. We have some people who design bridges, and I went to one of our persons to take a look at what it would take to get that overpass to work properly. And I'll talk about that in just a little while when we start talking about the actual physics of the master plan. Goal number 3, to create a significant pedestrian-oriented greenway along the Highway 25 bypass. We wanted to create that greenway, and we identified some subcategories there as a promenade link from park to park along the greenway, as an activity area rather than simply a place where you walk or a trail for sidewalk. And in that idea of the activity area, sitting in passive areas, gardens, a dog park perhaps, tot lots, limited size sport courts such as pickleball, basketball, etc., workout equipment, landscape art. Those are just a few examples, not necessarily proposals, but examples of what could be done along these areas. Also, as a wall-free buffer for low-density housing along the 25 corridor, consideration of a low see-through rail fence perhaps, or a low berm to provide a sense of separation from the Highway 25 bypass. As an aesthetic foreground to preserve the open views across the agricultural fields to the distant mountains. San Joaquin Peaks, the Three Sisters, Santa Ana Mountain, you see them all from basically this area. Also to fulfill the open space park goal of 5 acres per 1,000 new residents, the Quimby type open space requirement. And also as a welcome mat, as I mentioned earlier, to visitors entering the North Gateway to Hollister. Also, we wanted to seek to work with the existing submitted plans to the extent possible. Some proposed tentative maps had been proposed. We took a look at them. We said, is there some way we can perhaps work with them to some degree? We know there's going to be an overpass. That's going to affect some of the master plans, or I mean the plans that have been proposed so far. But perhaps there are some ways that we can work around what's been done so far and hopefully accommodate some of the ideas that have already been put forth by development community.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
Because I did want to know, what existing tentative maps are you talking about?
What's that?
What are the existing tentative maps that you're referring to?
They were, you'll have to give them the
There are two tentative map applications currently with the city for this project. They're on parcels 1 and 2. They're the same parcel. And then there's one on parcel 3. And those are on hold because they need to comply with the mitigation measure, which requires a master plan for this project
So you do
area.
have tentative maps already?
We do.
On
We do have 2,
application.
yes.
I didn't know that.
And there is the commercial development on parcel A. That property owner is also in contact with us. We don't have an application submitted, but they are in contact with us, also waiting on a master
Was their
plan.
application deemed not complete then? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, oh, that's okay. It was a starting point for us, at least to see there's some other thinking that has gone on for some of those parcels, and we needed to be.
Two slides ahead.
Yeah, right, here we go. Also, we wanted to make logical connections to the surrounding key streets, to lay out streets that are workable and connective and in keeping with an efficient residential lot layout, allowing for realistic lot depths and block lengths. In other words, you can't just draw a bunch of bubbles and call them low-density housing and draw some nice roads and expect them to work if you don't know what some of the dimensions are and give somebody in the future a chance to develop them into a reasonable low-density subdivision. Also, seeking to harmonize lots and land uses with respect to the existing homes in the area. There's some nice homes in the area. There's a particular home at the end of Maple Street that we wanted to be respectful for that and put land uses around it that wouldn't necessarily intrude on their parcel and that type of home and that type of density. And finally, to locate potential parking or potential traffic calming devices such as roundabouts, traffic circles, rotaries, bulb outs, et cetera, in key locations. And we were also asked to identify possible places where those roundabouts and traffic circles could happen. You've already seen the project area, and Eva's already told you about the 13 parcels that we were working with, basically trying to bring all of those disparate parcels into a cohesive whole with a plan. First thing we had to look at was the elephant in the room, which was the overpass. How are you going to do an overpass with Pacific Way, and how is that going to affect what goes on around it? Rather than to lay out a master plan and then put an overpass, which is going to put a monkey wrench into the rest of the master planning, we asked one of our bridge designers to do a conceptual layout of what an overpass might look like if it had to go across the Highway 25 bypass. This is conceptual, and I emphasize the word conceptual, and you're definitely going to have somebody come in and do serious engineering on this, but our bridge designer said, I'll at least look at it so that you can get a feeling for how much land is going to be necessary for grading, for the overpass itself, and what that's going to do to affect some of the parcels on either side, north and south of the overpass. So that was the reason we needed that to begin with, because then it gave us kind of a starting point that we could begin to work with. And this is a plan view of the general area that that overpass could potentially take up. It has some grading. We asked that it be graded to the ground rather than high retaining walls. And this was the concept that they came up with, and that was what we worked with in terms of putting the master plan together. But again, somebody's going to have to come along, a civil engineer, and design that bridge if and when the time is appropriate and that overpass actually gets worked out. We began with a major roadway framework using the bridge as a beginning point. And the first thing we did was we said, okay, let's look at the circulation framework first to see how the connectivity can happen between parcels and throughout the low-density subdivision. You can see where Chapel Road goes right through the middle of the property, of course the Highway 25 bypass, the Pacific Way overpass, and then you've got Santa Ana Road down on the southern side. And those were kind of just beginning points. Again, that was the general framework that we looked at, and we said, okay, now how can we use this framework to create a connective plan that brings streets together, gives lots of points of entrance and exit so that there aren't bottlenecks, and makes this a truly connective and efficient system. I'm going to turn you around a little bit, and I apologize. Now we're looking, up is now looking eastward, and left is now looking northward. So you're going to have to kind of shift it 90 degrees if I may have you do that. You can begin by looking at the Highway 25 curve and the overpass or the bypass and kind of get an idea where we are now. We thought that there were some good opportunities for connecting roads, one of which, going to Pacific Way, the Pacific Way overpass, was Recht Road. Recht Road is a pretty connective street and goes quite a ways, and we thought there was an opportunity to connect that with the Pacific Way overpass road, and that way give a second exit and entrance next to Chapel Road, so that it would take some of the pressure off of Chapel and put it further to the east. We also tried to look at the potential, and we're looking at those black dashed lines, the smaller dashed lines, as a looped road system that would again be connective throughout the entire project, give lots of ways in and out of subdivisions, and at the same time give everybody an opportunity to negotiate the streets and to get to where they needed to get. One of the things that we looked at was not just vehicular connections, and that's what you're looking at here, the vehicular connections, but we also were obviously interested in the greenway connections, the pedestrian connections. Now, the beginning point and one of the criteria was the greenway connection around that 25 bypass. So we felt that it should be more than just a small little typical sidewalk greenway, that it should be broad and it should be spacious so that people entering and taking Highway 25 had that feeling of entry into Hollister, landscaping, open space, again, views across the mountains. Another one of the criteria that we were working with was to try to avoid homes that would back up to the views, but rather front on the views so that people had an opportunity to enjoy those and also have easy access to this greenway. You'll see in the center at the east side of the greenway is a square park. That's basically what would be a neighborhood park. And the areas that are leading up to it are more than just a short greenway. A lot of those are as much as 100 to 150 feet across. So there's lots of things you can do in those areas. There can be dog runs, you can do some pickleball, you can do some sitting areas. It's really, if I could show this to you at a bigger scale, and probably some of the exhibits we could show in the future might show that there's a lot of detail that can happen within these green spaces rather than just, again, having a sidewalk or a walkway. You will notice that where the Pacific Way overpass kind of takes off over Highway 25, you'll see that the greenways or the green areas kind of widen out in there. Those are big enough to be a small pocket park, as much as an acre or an acre and a half. So lots of room to be able to do things, because acre is 200 by 200. The other thing that we felt was important was making the connections pedestrian-wise from Chapel Road to the greenway so that everybody has access to the greenway. And so you may notice in the center of the drawing there's a dashed line, but there's a green belt in the middle of that dashed line. And I'm going to show you some other images of what that could look like. It's what I'm calling a promenade. I don't know how many of you have been to the town of Hercules, or in Oakland we have them. They're broad, landscaped walkway greenways that can be as much as 50 feet wide. They're not medians, they're not just medians, they're meant for pedestrians. People that live on those greenways appreciate it. It increases the value of those homes because they're looking on the greenway, they can walk across the street and be on this green belt. And they also make for a really nice community for anybody driving to and from the project. And of course, it makes the connection from Chapel Road up to that larger square park that you see. And then there can also be what I call paseos, which are green belts or greenways that may be as much as 20, 25 feet wide that are simply go between houses and offer pedestrians a way to get from point A to point B. Again, Chapel Road up to the green belt. So again, what you're looking at here in terms of those roads is not as Eva said, a proposed layout. But there's only so much distance across a site, and in order to do it efficiently, we just went in and said, okay, what if you did lay it out? How would you do it? Would it be possible? Rather than just to draw a few streets and then leave somebody in the lurch who tries to make it work. We wanted to make sure that it actually would work, and so we used 100-foot to 90 to 100-foot deep lots and said, if we had 90 to 100-foot deep lots, how might it look if you laid it out with streets? And so those gray streets that you see between the black dashed lines indicate one way that subdivision could be laid out. And then once you've looked at that circulation and how the streets connect, oh, and also I should probably mention too, the red circles that you see on that exhibit, those show places where we think a traffic circle is, I'm going to say a roundabout, is appropriate. There can also be places where you can have smaller traffic circles. Back east, when I used to do some work in Massachusetts, they call them rotaries, but they're just smaller traffic circles. Those can happen, but the large red ones were the ones that we thought were most appropriate, key intersections where a roundabout might make some sense. And again, that is all subject to future traffic planning, taking a look at traffic volumes, et cetera, before you finalize them, but they're just ones that we felt made a lot of sense. And now we're going to look at land use. Now that we have circulation, now that we've come up with a concept for the greenway system and the framework of this thing, what do the land uses look like? Not too hard to make the jump to that. Again, low density housing. You can see where there are connections throughout. We tried to keep connections along some of the key streets, like Madrone Street. We simply extended Madrone Street to the north. We extended Primavera Street to the north as well, and we extended Chapel Road to the north until it hit that frontage street along the Greenway. And again, the houses there would potentially front on the Greenway. And that isn't to exclude either that a developer could actually build an alley-type product where the vehicular access is in the rear of the house and the lot, and the house actually fronts on the Greenway, so that as people drive along Highway 25, you've got houses fronting on rather than tall fences and walls, or houses that back up and have fences this way. Again, everybody has the views to the mountains, and vice versa. People who drive 25 can feel like this is a really high-quality community with nicely landscaped entrance. A very good point was brought up in the Planning Commission meeting by one of the gentlemen who stood up, and is a point very well taken, which was noise. One of the reasons you put big sound walls in is because of noise issues. And we've got these greenways are pretty wide. We have a 50-foot greenway on the north side, on the left side of the drawing you see over there, and again, it's up to 150 feet on the eastern side. So they're pretty broad. I would also say that if noise studies would need to be done before these homes would be planned, but there are ways that you can baffle noise. Berms is one way to baffle noise. Berms and low walls, again, low walls that are see-over walls, so not necessarily where you're obstructing vision. It's been proven many, many times that noise emanates from the wheels of the automobile much, much more than any other part of the automobile. It's not the engine, it's the wheels, basically, that create the noise. So low berms and low see-through fences, again, for protection of people who are on the Greenway, children, people, wandering out into 25, and at the same time, potential for an opportunity to baffle some of the noise along those lines. But again, noise studies would be appropriate, and that was brought up at the Planning Commission meeting, and I appreciated that. Okay, now the commercial area. That was something that there were some conceptual plans that had been put together. I looked at the general plan. The general plan puts a big emphasis on buildings up front, parking on the inside. Some of the plans I had looked at showed parking on the outside, your standard strip type parking with the buildings on the inside. The idea here was, and this next one you can see in that lavender or purple color, we felt you could get just as much square footage for the buildings in terms of the amount of saleable area. If you move the buildings out to the greenway or to the outside, and let them and the architecture be what greets you when you come into Hollister. In fact, at that corner of San Felipe and the Highway 25 bypass, I could see a really nice piece of architecture that might be a tower of some kind, or a really nice architectural element that says "Welcome to Hollister," that has maybe some of the old world look that kind of gives you a little bit of a hint of Old Town as you come into the city. And then the other buildings, again, around the outside, so that, again, people walking along those areas can walk straight into the shops. It's a landscape area as well as a place to be, and you put your parking on the inside. I think some of the plans that we looked at, I thought was a good idea to have, you can see some green, an X kind of in green between some of the purple buildings that you see there, and that was a walkway, a promenade walkway. I can see that still being able to work quite well with parking on the inside. So basically, that's what that was the thought process that we came to coming up with what we had. At one time, there was some talk about potential for a school. We looked at that possibility, but apparently that you can speak to that even better than I.
Yes, so there was an alternative that Sandy prepared that had a school site, because in the EIR process, there was a comment from the school district, from Mr. John Taliha, who no longer works with the school district, that they were potentially looking at a future school site in this area. We had a conversation, myself, Abraham Prado, Danny Helstock, with Mr. Diego Ochoa, who's the superintendent, and he indicated that that was no longer the school district's intention. They are working on their Santana Ranch school site. That is their focus for a new school, and then their long range does not propose a site in this area. They didn't identify any other sites to us, but they said they want to focus in even their long-range planning on expanding and upgrading their current school sites. I know that Diego Ochoa has talked with the applicants more so since then, and as well as with Carrie Johnson, who's on the Planning Commission. She had concerns, and she spoke with Diego Ochoa as well, who indicated the same thing, that they did not intend to have a school site in this project area, that their plans for future capacity for development of this area, if it were to develop, proposals were to be approved, that they have plans for the schools that they would go to, including Rancho Santana, as well as their plans to expand other school sites. And that if they ever did want a school site on this project site, they would reach out to property owners themselves. That's their process. So if they did change their mind, change their plans, they would reach out to the property owners and negotiate with them if that was their decision.
So just for clarification, Mr. Ochoa said that the children that are going to live here are going to attend the already existing schools?
Yes, either Rancho Santana or the already existing schools.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I would entertain any questions that you might have. I think this is an exciting opportunity for Hollister, especially as a doormat for people entering into the city. And I congratulate you on having the foresight to say this is an important piece of land and it should be planned carefully.
I want to.
If I may come back before questions, just to address a couple of things, and then we'll both be here.
The park at the reservoir site.
Yes, yeah. So just a couple additional things that I'd like the council to consider regarding the plan. As we've mentioned, one of the goals of the master plan was to establish this kind of open space greenway area along Highway 25 based on the 5 acres of open space per 1,000 persons. And the calculation and design of the open space area that Sandy has done for us was estimated at about 6 units per acre build out of all of the residential areas, which has been typical of other subdivisions in the city and developments in the city after you take into consideration the net loss for roads and things like that. So we're seeing developments in the city come in at about 6 units per acre. And so we based our calculation of the open space requirement on that, which I believe is about 10 acres if you develop all of the 100 acres at 6 units per acre and then do 5 acres per 1,000 persons. So the goals of the plan were also to allow for kind of a meandering trail, multimodal access, and other recreational activities that Sandy has talked about. But with some of and then we have some larger open space areas as well, as you can see. But it's important to note that there are a few parcels which don't touch the open space area due to their location. And as a result of that, some of the parcels may have a larger contribution to the park than others. And there are no development approvals at this time, and only 2 tentative proposals, which we've talked about, which will again need to be in compliance with the adopted master plan. So an accurate calculation of open space can't be performed because we don't have the number of units, so we can't do an accurate calculation. Again, it's just based on an estimate. And so therefore, regarding the amount of open space in the master plan, staff sees 2 options for how we'll proceed with these, and we'd like your direction on them. So the first alternative is that the open space area will be ultimately decided by any future proposals which touch the open space area, the promenade, and the greenway. And it'll just be based off the 5 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents standard and applied directly to the number of units being proposed on that particular parcel with that particular applicant. This alternative would likely result in a slightly smaller overall amount of open space, as only the parcels which are contiguous will contribute the land, and those parcels may propose development at less than 6 units per acre. Low-density residential supports anywhere from 1 to 8 units per net acre. And also, this option will require that those parcels which don't touch the open space area pay just the in lieu impact fees for park dedication and construction. And so any of the land requirements that these future developments may have contributed to the open space won't be contributed and included as part of the greenway. However, this alternative wouldn't require any landowners to dedicate more land than is necessary required by them from the Quimby Act, and thus the city wouldn't need to enter into some kind of agreement with the property owner, like a reimbursement agreement or a development agreement, etc. And if they are required to dedicate more land to the city for the ultimate improvement of the greenway, right? If you just tell them to build what they're required, the city doesn't need to reimburse or give them something in return. So that's the first alternative, is just build the greenway as proposals come in with their dedication that's required. And then the second alternative that we see for processing this would be to establish some kind of benefit area, which identifies more specifically the amount of land that the city will want to be part of the greenway, and the areas that are shown to be larger for these recreational activities. Which would be more in line with the actual areas that we see on the map proposal before you. So I just want to qualify all this that I'm not an expert in benefit areas and how they're established, but I would think that the benefit area could be likely as kind of specific and rigid about the land and any requirements, or it could be more general and flexible to work with constraints of any future development, or if a future development, we said this area is about 1 acre, and they said, if I can do it as 8.5 and like do this other thing, then it works better for me. I think we could be as flexible as we want or as specific as we want in the details of establishing some kind of benefit area. And then this benefit area would encompass all of the 13 parcels in the Chapel Road master plan area, and it would outline the process by which development is required to put in improvements or dedications beyond what's established in the municipal code and like the Quimby Act laws. And then how those developments that are beyond would be reimbursed as other properties in the area develop, which don't contribute their fair share. And so if we are to move forward with this alternative, establishing a benefit area, there would have to be some kind of cost analysis, whether it's staff time or a consultant, hiring a consultant, but there would be some kind of funding necessary on the city's part to establish this benefit area. Again, I'm not certain of the exact process, but we would have to fund the study to establish the benefit area and the fair share costs and all those things, drafting documents. But this alternative, the second benefit area, would allow the city to establish at least generally the same area that's shown in the master plan as what the future greenway would look like if the entire Chapel Road project area is developed. And it would be significantly less dependent on any development proposals for the ultimate size and layout. And then, so those are the two kind of alternatives that we want direction on how we want to process future development proposals in this master plan area. And then I just want to touch on, there's on your map, you can see that there's a approximately 7-acre park shown south of the North Gateway commercial section. And it's important to note that this is not part of any of the open space contributions that we're discussing, or it's not part of the master plan itself. But it was important for staff when we met with Kimley Horn to discuss this as kind of a dream idea for the city, and to keep it in mind if it was ever a potential project that the city wanted to do, so that development of this master plan could connect to something like that in the future. And so also we'd like to ask direction on possibly establishing a benefit area for this as a future city project, a long-range project. We would potentially establish that this lot, which is currently an above-ground detention basin, and turn it into a city park, a neighborhood park at some point in the long future, like 20, 30 years out. We can establish a benefit area that's greater than the Chapel Road area, possibly going into any future development that's not even in our general plan, like of north of Buena Vista or north of Santa Ana, people that could use this park in 20 years if they ever develop, or if it's planned for in the future. We could work towards establishing a fee that would kind of be like an impact fee for this project, a benefit area. And we could start it now so that it's something that the city could have a fund for. So we talked with Sandy about it. That's why it's included in our plan, but we would need your direction to do something like that.
Thank you. Hang on a second, Councilor Lenore. I appreciate what you're doing here. I'm not a fan of the development in that area, but I am a fan of master planning. I think it's very crucial, and it's a mistake to be made way too long. I like what you're presenting. It's a good step forward. I don't like that bridge, by the way. I don't think we should be paying $20 million down the road to build a bridge. But I do like the way you put the green space around the parkway. One of the issues I'm still looking at here, maybe you're addressing this, was along Santa Ana, to kind of give it that same look around the edge. So we're just not all concrete and walls 5 feet in. We're a little more open, some green space too. So that, I know at this point we can't really continue it down too far down Santa Ana, but we just start to plan projects in that way, so it doesn't feel like we're just on a sidewalk with a wall next to us and a 2-story house looking straight down at us. So it just really creates a prettier picture for the different areas. And also, if we're working on this master plan, can we not at this point incorporate it so it's a homeowners association to take care of these things, rather than, again, waiting for the city to jump in and start to maintain this? Because a lot of these big master plan communities, that's exactly what it is, so they can maintain it correctly. So we're not in the business of trying to do this, but we have the neighbors, or those new owners, are really, it's their area to make sure we can do it. Is that something we can be putting into this master plan, or how would that work?
I would think you could potentially put a policy in that the future developments consider required a homeowners association, or you could also do it at the time of approval of those projects as well.
And I do like the other idea of the retention pond becoming a park.
Yeah.
That's just, where you go look at that and you wonder, wow, what a waste of space. So there's a lot of great ideas here, and I'm glad we're taking those steps now. So we're planning for a better community, and looking forward to hearing more ideas. Thank you. Councilmember Lenore?
So I'm missing something here.
Sure.
This 7-acre park is a dream down the road. Where's the park that goes with this subdivision?
That is the Greenway.
That's the Greenway.
The Greenway
up
is somewhere around
And then-
10 or 11 acres.
And then there's amenities all along the Greenway?
Yeah, so it's not specific, but it
Okay.
it can it's definitely a trail. It's definitely a multimodal trail. It connects the residential that exists, the residential that
Right.
would be, and the commercial, and also the county things that are
Okay,
up there. But
access to the commercial area is only off Promise Way, correct? That's the only-
Pacific, yes.
The only access
Pacific
way.
only, correct. And walking along the Greenway.
Do you want me to give comment now or wait? I have questions.
we
but
can
I
wait
do
till
have
after public
comments.
comment.
Okay, go ahead.
You
I'll
wanna do that?
talk more after.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you.
I too am a fan of master planning. I think it's absolutely essential to make sure we get the right thing in the right place. And in a rare moment of agreement, I think the overpass is impractical also. And I'm very concerned that all we do is draw it in and then we work off of it. It's easy to draw it in, it's hard to build it, it's very expensive, and it becomes a real problem. Overall, I know we're gonna get public comment, but I kinda have an idea, so I'm gonna put it forward. I don't believe in just holding on to it. People can comment on my idea. Overall, I think we're premature on this particular project. I would like to see the master planning continue, but I'm concerned about the people who own parcels and haven't decided. When are they gonna decide? I would like to annex them so that we have control of what happens there. I don't wanna wind up with the county deciding they wanna put a project in there that doesn't match our project. If we're gonna master plan the whole area, we need to control the whole area. So I think we're premature, especially since we're redoing the general plan. So when that looked like it was never gonna happen, and that was for a long time, I was willing to go forward even on these areas where I think we're talking 20, 30 years down the road. It's a long time down the road before we get there. I agree with that. Now I think when you get to this and we're looking at some other roads and in the area because of other commercial development, I think now is important that we just kind of pull the reins back a little bit. And we use this master plan and present it to the people who are doing the new general plan and see how it fits in. Because I think we're on the verge, I've been told we're on the verge of doing something with actually giving somebody a contract to move on with the general plan. So I don't want anybody to be surprised that I have other fish to fry, and we can't fry the fish all at once. I think we have other places where it's really important that we get circulation going that currently has a problem, rather than worrying about this. And I also am concerned in the long run about what 25 is going to look like. And we're still arguing about that, unfortunately. So I don't know where the entrances are going to be. Yes, the plan was to have an expressway, and we're going to limit it this and limit that. But I want to see what it actually is going to look like, because that could be some of the key to this area and how it runs with 25. So I want people to know that I think we ought to pull the reins back a little bit. Master plan, continue the master plan, but I don't think, take a look at what the parcels are gonna do, the ones that, what we think they're gonna do and when they're gonna do it, the ones that haven't joined up, because they could throw the whole plan a kilter if they decide, no, we don't wanna do it, we wanna remain agriculture. All of a sudden, you gotta change everything. So that's my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Spencer?
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Loved it.
Thank you,
I
Sandy.
studied this very much. I had notes and everything I was gonna talk about, and you both covered everything that I was gonna talk about. I love the 7-acre storm drain. That could potentially be a regional park for the city. I love the way this is landscaped. I love the way it's all laid out. The master plan I think is great. I like the fact that there's gonna be walkways bicycle lanes, which we need desperately in this town. I like this. I think it's something that will, when people are coming into our community, they will see something that is absolutely gorgeous. And this is something that this community needs. I know that everybody thinks development is so bad, but with this development, and I understand there are some acres that will not be touched right off the get-go.
Right.
But they are of potential to be annexed into the city. This is infrastructure. This is what we need, because they rebuild the roads. They do things that we need to be done, that we, the city, cannot afford to get done. So I'm just gonna tell you, I think it's a great idea. That's all I have to say.
Okay, at this time, we'll open it to public comment. Do we have speakers?
We do for public hearing E3, resolution number 2019-255, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting a master plan and policy for the Chapel Road project area, which consists of 13 contiguous parcels totaling 117.72 acres located along State Route 25, north of Santa Ana Road, east of Chapel Road, and west and south of SR 25. I have 4 speaker cards. The first one is Tom Stairwell.
I'm Tom Stairwell, a resident of San Juan Drive, just across from this development here that you're proposing. I step out of my house and I look east. I see the peaks. I see everything over there. It's beautiful. I go to the left, go down to Maple Street. I run into an obstacle there. Somebody gave a developer half of our street down there. The code is 60 foot wide for a street. They've taken up 10 feet of it, put curbs in there, put 2 fire hydrants in there on Chapel Road, put a wall up there that should have been put 3 feet further back into their property there, because you come out Maple Road and want to make a turn there, either left or right, you got to get out where you'd get hit with a car before you can get out there. To do that, they graded from the sidewalk out into the street, and the water, when it rains, goes down there in the inside lane. Anybody walking on the sidewalk there gets a bath because the cars are splashing water there. It's terrible, the development there. I don't know where the wall idea came from other than the Agenda 21, but every development that's being built has a wall around it. Let's put a wall around the city and build a town like it's a town. Have the frontage there. The structures that they built in that Maple project there are horrible. It took all the privacy from the people across Maple Road there. They can actually look in their backyard, not just in their front yard. It needs to be corrected. And if this development's going to put a wall up there, it'll be even worse yet there. Another thing is that I don't know if you folks are aware of it, but there was a proposal to build a ditch from Fairview Road all the way across right through the middle of this property here that we're talking about, over to the San Benito River, and catch all of the tributaries that would normally go to Soap Lake, and take that water to San Benito River, that water would be in the Pacific Ocean before it got to Soap Lake, eliminate the flooding that we have here, like we just had last week at the convalescent homes. I don't know why that project was dropped, but it was a large cement channel there. It would take the creek that crosses Fairview Road there, just before you get to Santa Ana Valley Road, come on down,
Thank you, sir.
across there.
Thank you.
I,
Appreciate your comments.
okay,
There's a 3-minute time limit on comment, Tom.
yeah, but you need to know these things.
Yeah.
And I don't know where else to get them. You left these folks have an hour, and
Yeah,
I get 3
it's
minutes.
a little different. Thank you, sir.
Anita
If
Kane?
you stay, sir, I'll be happy to talk to you when the meeting's over.
Mr. Richmond?
Hello, I'm Anita Kane with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. Want to thank you, Sandy, for this nice presentation. Looks like a very workable master plan. Reach is going to be watching this project with interest, especially as the park component is developed and at the 5 acres per 1,000 residents ratio per the new general plan. The development of quality bike and walking paths to separate these important modes of transportation from vehicular traffic should be a priority, especially given the recent accident our intrepid reporter, John, had here a couple weeks back. I'm sure he can attest to the importance of dedicated bike lanes and compliance with helmet laws, which I would love to see enforced within Hollister. It's very important to link this new area by bike and pedestrian modes, both to the industrial parks to the north, as well as the new regional proposed park to the south. The city's been on board with trying to get the complete streets through, and this is really important. And with shade trees, would be very important along Highway 25. I'm seeing with dismay that as the highway continues south, where it looks like there should be plenty of room to put shade trees, for some reason they are not being put along where the where the roadway or the walkway meanders by the new projects that are being put in there. So please make sure that shade trees get put in here so you can stay with the complete street ideas. The linear parkway is wonderful. I've been in cities, international cities that have the long linear parkways, and they're a wonderful component to the community. One thing that I've seen as a landscape architect with projects is too many times the developers ask for and receive concessions for improvements when their projects don't pencil out as they may have anticipated. And I'm hoping that the planning department and the agencies that do the permits will demand and receive improvements of a higher quality. With the developer's budget is not the community's problem. If they have a budget problem, that's their problem. We should hold to firm standards to give the community what it deserves. As my son said to me in dismay, as he looks at some of the things that go on, he says, "Mom, why is Hollister such a cheap date?" And I had to laugh, but I think he's right in many cases. So please, we urge you to keep up good quality projects as this subdivision goes through and through the planning department, engineering, and the implementation process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Victor Gomez?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Victor Gomez with Pinnacle Strategy, here representing the lead applicants on this master planned area. First of all, I want to thank you all for your time here this evening. Certainly want to thank Kimberly Horn and their leadership in preparing this document, and planning engineering staff as well for their involvement. You may be surprised, but we started this process 5 years ago. In February of 2015, we came to the City Council to initiate the pre-zoning for this property, or for a couple of the properties that are within this area. In 2016, we entered into a contract to initiate the environmental impact report. In 2017, we received the draft report that was circulated to the public. 2018, we prepared the public hearing to accept the EIR. Eventually went through the Planning Commission, went to the City Council last year, and we got that support of the environmental document. So we thank you, obviously, for all of your work. In the meantime, other property owners have expressed interest in developing this property, which is nice to see. In 2019 specifically, we went to LAFCO for annexation, and as Eva indicated, a number of those parcels were annexed into the city of Hollister. Now, we move forward this year with this master plan area, and I'll be candid with you, this isn't exactly what developers want to see, right? We want to submit tentative map applications that fit what we're looking for. So I say I'm happy to see that there seems to be consensus to move this master plan area forward, but I also hope that you recognize that this isn't, I'm sure some of you guys will be happy to hear this, this isn't exactly make developers very happy. But we understand the parameters that we have to deal with. This is really good planning. And to Mayor Velasquez's point, I couldn't agree with you more. I think the blight with the sound walls is not good. And so having this as an entryway with open space and limited, split rail fencing or whatever it may be, I think that could be very beneficial to the community. I do want to, reference to a couple of points that were made. To Marty's point, not all of the properties were annexed. You are correct. But those properties cannot be developed by the county. The county, if anybody submits an application to the county within the sphere of influence of the city of Hollister, they will be referred to the city of Hollister. So none of that could be developed in the county. The general plan comments, nothing will change. I can't imagine heavy industrial going into this area where heavy trucks would have to leave through a residential area to get to San Felipe Road. That's not going to happen. This is really smart growth, and I think the kind of smart growth that you've all been asking for. And we look forward to getting your support here to move these projects forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Carson Clower?
Good evening, Council. There's a couple things I do like about this plan, which include the promenades, the linear parkway, and the commercial layout with the parking on the inside of the buildings. But I do have a few concerns about what's been presented. In the materials, there was a mention of a dog park. I think it'd be really important to place the dog park early on so that you don't end up building it after people are already living there, because from my past experience, you try to put a dog park in an area where people already live, it doesn't work out. Even if 90% of the people in the city want it, you're not going to get it. The next thing is, I think staff's heart is in the right place with the detention pond park, but if you really want it, just put it on the plan and have it as part of the actual development. I've seen in the past, in my 4 years on, that detention pond dual use parks just do not work the way that you think they're going to. Either the engineering doesn't work out, they're too steep, you think you're going to be able to play in it, but stormwater actually brings in a lot of seeds, then you have problems with the grass. It's not simple, and that detention pond right there actually already has a lot of dry wells in it, so it's not going to be a super simple re-engineering of a pond that takes in probably 15% of the stormwater in the city. That's a big thing. If I were still in the city, I'd just be mindful of the benefit area mechanism, because if you're going to take in money and the city's going to plan on doing something, it always costs more and takes longer and is more of a struggle for the city to do it than just having the developer do it. And then the last item is, I believe that it's still a priority of the city council to work in multifamily rental housing. This plan is probably preliminary, so much that it's not on there, but if you want it, start planning on how you're going to get it in there, whether it's one tentative map or just in general. If you're going to say, hey, it would be nice to have apartments or townhouses or condos along the park there on the top, I think it's important to start talking about that now, because once the plan, the map actually gets to you, it's too late because the planning commission's probably already voted on it. All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Richard Ferreira?
Councilman Richard Ferrer, Hollister. I've been watching this plan come around and talk for a long time. And one of the biggest thing they talked about was circulation in this plan. That was one of the things. First thing we should address is location. No matter what you say or anything, this is infilled. This location of this project is 90% closer to City Hall than, or it's closer to City Hall than 90% of the area within the city limits. It can't be used for farming anymore. Once they put the 25 bypass for it, it cut it off. So it's got to be done something. Circulation was a big problem. I see this plan, they addressed it. They've gotten 3 or 4 areas that they've got circulation. The one thing I'm against, or I think they ought to address, why you put that overpass? Why you do it? It shouldn't go out into the other area. All it's going to do is encourage circulation to come back into that area. It should stop. It shouldn't go over the highway. It's laid out good, and this is finally thinking ahead, putting something in there that shows how it should be laid out, where they could come in, and probably you'll get a bunch of joint ventures to go in there. You got commercial, which we need. We need commercial very bad. And this is nice circulation. It's a good plan. And it answered all these questions everybody was answering or looking for. It addresses all things. I thought this staff has done a tremendous job in putting this together and going out and getting this company to put something up. I would encourage you to do it, and the first thing you gotta do is annex it into the city. You can't get anybody to look at, to get this master plan and go in there without annexation. Nobody's gonna wait around and fool around and start a project where it's gonna take a couple years to annex it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, this time we'll close public hearing.
May I just a couple of the comments?
Absolutely.
So I appreciate, Carson, your comment on planning for the dog park in advance. Our master plan doesn't go into the details so much of exactly what features would be there. I think if we did an option like a benefit area for not talking about the 7-acre park, but talking about the greenway, we could go into more detail on kinds of features that we want to see, whether it's like sport courts, or we can keep it more general and see it as it comes proposed from developers. And then the 7-acre park as part of the plan, I think the reason that we kind of hesitated on that end would be that, well, it's a big endeavor to underground this pond. There would be a lot of study and cost associated. And also, I think and this is my personal opinion, just hearing it now, but I think it would be not fair to assign that to just these 13 parcels. That park's going to benefit not only so many existing residences, but development in this area in the future that's planned in the new general plan or anything like that. Those would all be something that would benefit from a park like that. And it would also be, I think, a little bit of a hard sell to tell the developers that you may have to dedicate some more land than your 5 acres per 1,000 to meet this 10 acres for the 13, but then it's also 7 additional acres, almost double the requirement of I think you would need to upzone the area to kind of make that 17 acres of park closer to the requirement for the area. And I like the idea of the multifamily as staff, and I think you could definitely, if it was your desire to require some kind of percentage requirement. I don't remember if we did the calculation at 6 acres with a 20% multifamily. I don't remember. It's really close, but you could definitely put in a policy to require some kind of ratio if that was the desire of the council. And then on comments from the overpass, it was something that I think has been like a very, very distant, I don't even know when, connection, because there is no access to 25 as far as I'm aware from Caltrans, and I doubt they'll ever give access. But if that north of Santa Ana ever does develop, if it's considered in a new general plan or even a future general plan, at some point they're going to need access to San Felipe. and access to schools on that side of town. So I think in any of the near-term future, as this develops, it would be open space. It would be kind of part of that park, but the city would have the dedicated land in case this ever did come to fruition with some kind of huge development or just a bunch of development in 40, 50 years' time. So those are the comments I kind of wanted to address, but if you have any questions for me, I'm here.
Thank you. I think we don't want to get into too many of the details, but as I point out, we're starting off on the right path, at least for the master plan. I think there's a lot of points that are well made here tonight, and I've expressed my view on this. Not that it's not being done right finally, it's just that it's probably not the time. But I am glad to see at least we're taking this to start the master planning of these types of developments, so we don't just end up with, again, prison walls surrounding a neighborhood and then another one and another one. So I appreciate all your work you put into it. Okay, so the question, Councilmember Leonard, did you have something?
Am I gonna be able to comment at some
Yeah.
point?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, absolutely.
Well, because I asked my question and then I wait, cause you know, I thought
I didn't
we
see you, so go
do
ahead.
the
And
questions, and then after the public speaks, then I like to give my comment. Okay, so, this is in my district, and I know it's a difficult subdivision for the folks that live around in the area, but I was always honest and upfront about this property is gonna develop. I'm never gonna tell you that it's not gonna develop, but what I hoped for was, I like the low-density residential, certainly around the perimeter that's near the other neighborhoods. Probably the reason they're not cutting your vista down is because 2.5 years ago, the planning commission told them, you're not cutting the vistas down. And that was led mostly by me, because I said, no, we're not putting in a 2-story backyard along Santa Ana Road. Figure it out. And they did. I gotta tell you, I really like the overall goals of this development. However, I do agree with Carson Clower that I think when we're gonna have to do a little bit more work to see where we could, and if we do wait for the general plan, if that's the consensus here, I mean, I could adopt this tonight, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe we should discuss multifamily through the general plan process or something. But, cause I am a little bit, concerned that it's all single family. In this day and age, when we're trying to do the multifamily, it's kind of all around in the theme. So to just put a flat out LDR there,
It is PZ, just,
it's a
but
PZ
it is,
overlay,
it is PZ.
But it's still single family. It's all single family. There's
It's
no
single family
rentals.
performance overlay, but in other performance overlays, we've encouraged.
Do you suspect some duplexes, or it needs to be an R2, right? So it's all single family.
The PZ allows for variation in lot types, and you can get a CUP for a PUD
so-
in the PZ,
all right.
which would allow you to do.
So that would be the direction that I would like
right.
to see.
And I would say the council could definitely put in a policy for this specific area requiring it, because this plan kind of acts in conjunction but also separately as its own kind of, so everything has to comply with the general plan. They have to comply with the
Right.
zoning ordinance, but here you're requiring even more rules.
Okay, let me also point out that they did prepare an environmental impact report that included mitigation measures that have been approved. So, we need to continue the process, I believe, based on the EIR that we certified at the council level. I was also pleased to see Rex Street coming through, even though it kind of dead ends there. Well, no, it's good, because I wasn't aware they were gonna do that. That gives you another out. So you have Maple Street, you have Rex Street, you got Promise Way. 3 ins and outs of that subdivision. So I was happy to see Rex Street play a role in the streets there. As far as the park, I was hoping for that park. I don't know how we do that, but that's good discussion. I do like benefit areas when it's reasonable. If it's something that we need to benefit because this is a new subdivision, there's new folks coming in, they're creating the impact, so it's not really on the rest of the city. So I like the idea of anything that would be reasonable, would have a discussion of benefit area. So, I'm not sure how the consensus is gonna go, whether it gets, I could vote for this tonight, but if it's the consensus of the council to, let it go until the general plan is in the process for further discussion, I could also agree to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Do you want to go back to what you were asking for?
Oh,
You
yeah.
had a couple options.
Certainly. So, three things. One is review the resolution, the plan, as you've heard, any public comment, and we would recommend adoption of the master plan and the associated policy for this project area. The second and third are separate from the resolution. The second is kind of what I was discussing earlier about direction on whether to kind of move forward with establishing a benefit area for the actual greenway and the project itself, the internal open space, or to give direction to process the open space less specifically to how the plan is as things come in. So they would provide their exact kind of requirement. And then the third is even further separate from the master plan, which is direction on potentially working towards maybe some studies and doing a benefit area for that larger park as a future long-range city project.
So the question I would have for you is, if we were to go with one, does that still give us time to, as far as the improvements or design work along Santa Ana, to be included? And could we still not come back and say, we do want to get that 7-acre park in there? Does that have to be decided tonight? Or
I
can
think
we
if
go
we-
with one to give you the master plan part of this and know that there still will be changes into this? Because again, I point out, I think, some of these answers are more in the homeowner association rather than just a city benefit, because it doesn't work. It just
Right.
doesn't seem to work well.
Right. I think the benefit area is more to, specifically talking about the benefit area is more to have the city kind of say, this is the park we want and the land and the locations of things. And so if you are a property owner would have to dedicate that land. If you were developed, you would have to dedicate that land. We have a benefit area that establishes how the city will reimburse you for what we're requiring over and above what is just part of the code. So because there are some parcels that don't touch it, their 6-acre estimate was included in the acreage calculation, but they would not actually contribute any land.
And I guess I'm going to go back to the point of the homeowner association.
Right. I think you could
Everybody's
include
paying.
that as a policy in the master plan if you wanted to amend tonight. You could do that. If you wanted us to draft something and come back, we could do that. The multifamily, same thing. We can add or amend and come back with a policy included in the resolution that's adopted with it. And then to the point of the specific details, I think if we moved forward with a benefit area, we could become as specific as we wanted in the studies, and we would have to do that as the city and do the studies for the benefit area, and we'd come back to establish, I believe, is the process.
Okay, Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you. Yeah, I still think we're a little premature. I think we had a plan on, first of all, I don't want to insult anybody, but to me, low density always means high price, okay? That's just, they go hand in hand in most places. I'd like to see part of this as higher density. I also think, just to be fair to the people who are looking at this for a master plan, and knowing what's coming down the road, we better start looking at inclusionary housing as being part of this operation also. And as far as the benefit area goes, I think, I don't oppose the idea of a benefit area, but we should have some idea of what the cost factors are gonna be and how much we have to absorb around it to pay for it. If it becomes a benefit area and the price is just so high that nobody can afford it, it'll become a stick in everybody's craw, okay? They're not gonna do anything. So it's one thing to say, let's do a benefit area, and I would like to do that. I also agree that we ought to do an HOA. We should establish a policy, by the way, citywide on that, but we haven't got around to it yet somehow. So I do think there's work to be done before we adopt it.
have one additional comment.
Councilmember
I
Lenore?
wanted to remind folks too that it is gonna be subject to the growth management ordinance. It's also gonna be subject to a rating scale to get those allocations, so there is more, planning and studying, and receiving approvals, prior to tentative map. Thank you.
One, Councilmember Lenore made a point earlier about the general plan part of what we're going to go through here. Is this something that needs to happen today, or can it wait a little longer to get more input on these things? There's a lot of factors. I think for once, I think most of us probably agree on the direction on this.
Right.
And
So I would think technically you probably can wait. However, there was an adopted EIR for the pre-zoning, and because these have all been pre-zoned, and those that are annexed are zoned R1. So I think you would definitely be going back to CEQA if you were doing any kind of rezoning. There would be CEQA in the general plan process, but I don't know the answers, but you would potentially have to amend the EIR that you adopted to remove this master plan mitigation measure, because the city said we want to master plan it, and we have applications that are in and would need to move through the process at some kind of speed, whether it's towards approval or not. They have a certified EIR and have gone through the CEQA process and are on kind of timing deadlines, if that makes any sense. So I'm not exactly certain on what would happen if we didn't move forward with the master plan, whether it's tonight or like if we come back in January, February with a few amendments. I don't think that's necessarily an issue. I know the applicants definitely don't want to hear that, but I think moving forward with some kind of master plan, whether we make changes now or not, I think would probably be important. And it's kind of separate from the general plan. And if an applicant did want to come forward with something higher density, they could always come to you with a rezone application if that was something they wanted to propose.
well, again, I think the issue here is that we're very close to finally getting something that starts to make sense, but there are still pieces of that missing. So I'm not talking about putting it off for several months, but to get some of the answers by early February or something to look at what can be done, because the 7-acre park or some of the other factors in there, it's important to understand what we are going to do and how it's going to be paid for. Is it really the city that's going to pay for it and maintain it, or is it the community that is going to be living there that's going to pay for it and maintain it? These are very, very important pieces, because later on it's going to come up. It's going to be a problem. So
right.
I think taking the time to just step back and looking at that might be a better solution than just moving too quickly tonight, because again, it's a nice master plan. It's a good place to get started.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
any other questions? Councilmember Resendez?
Not any questions per se, but I would just make the recommendation that we bring it back with all of those suggestions. So what it was, inclusionary housing, multifamily, dog park. My comments would be that it's a good model. It's a good base model, and I think that it could serve its purpose as far as the general plan purpose. I'm not afraid of adopting this plan, but I do think it needs to be tweaked a little bit. So I'd like for it to come back sooner rather than later. Thank you.
If I may, on the amendments, if we include a multifamily requirement or percentage, is there a percentage that the council would want to see?
Well,
What have we been discussing recently? Did we?
so the inclusionary, we're looking at 15. First off, inclusionary, we're looking at
Inclusionary is separate.
15%. One of the ideas tossed around in the past had been about 20% multifamily.
And that's something we told informally. This would kind of be adopting a little bit of the additional zoning ordinance for the area, the policies you put in place.
Maybe it's just me, but I do like the suggestion that Carson Clower gave about putting it on the outside of the perimeter so that they can have access to that park. And it helps for sound and whatnot, right?
And then again, the HOA component of that. Councilmember Spencer?
I'm concerned about the HOA, because if we make this project an HOA, that means that the inclusionary housing and the multifamily apartments, whatever goes in there, they're part of that HOA and they are not affordable to low income.
They have formulas to work that all out. You see it on projects all over the place right now, so it's not unheard of.
Can you look into that for me? Thank you.
Yeah.
Eva and planning staff did such an amazing job with this project tonight, so I'd like to
I was gonna tell you that.
give them appreciation. But the one thing that we should always talk about with HOAs is that an HOA can go bankrupt, and then the responsibility is on the city to maintain all of that public or private infrastructure. So it's a discussion we should have at the council level. CFDs, they never go away, and they do increase each year. And so when we want to make our roads more multimodal accessible, actually we want to have public roads. HOAs are not really great in terms of progressive planning, in terms of transportation planning. They don't give us really what we need in terms of making a road beneficial to a bicycle rider, someone that walks and someone that drives. Really, those streets really need to be public. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
Well,
so.
let me step back and explain. There are plenty of great examples of HOA that make this thing work. CFDs you might feel that, yeah, we have control, but the reality is government always, the cost of doing things rises faster than the economy. So it's never keeps up. We all know that. That's the reality. This is why we have our issues with our roads all over the place. The reality is something different. Done right, you don't have those problems with HOAs. There are some that have gone bankrupt, but it's just making sure the mechanisms in place to make sure it doesn't happen and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And a good community, done well, really does a good job protecting their community and making sure things are being done correctly. So that's why I think, I understand some people have fear of it, but I can tell you there's a lot of great examples out there. And if you see a lot of these newer communities that are doing it right and master planning, that's what you're going to see. So, okay? So, would you be, do we need a date certain to bring it back? Is that what we're going to need tonight? Is that what everybody's thinking here? Or
if I could just get some time to make sure I get everything done and we can renotice and bring it back.
So we could
table to
withdraw it?
uncertain.
Or
First meeting in March.
you could table it to a date uncertain or withdraw it and bring it back.
Yeah, I can just bring it back. I mean, whatever you like, or if you want to see it on a certain date, I
have
can
to
do my
get all
best. Or I'll come and say,
Republic
please give me more
notice
time.
then.
Right.
They're all Republic notice,
Right.
so we don't pick a date.
Right.
what
That
are the
is
options?
true.
Let's ask City Clerk again. What are the options that you're recommending?
She could withdraw, or she could
She could
table
withdraw.
to a date uncertain, or I think what Carol just said is everything would have to be renoticed if she does not table to a date certain.
Okay, let's see. Probably date certain, right?
Yes, please. I'm sorry. I was speaking with your planning director and I didn't actually catch all of that.
Different options on how to bring it back, future date, whether
If
withdraw.
staff doesn't mind renoticing it, that's fine. We could bring it back at any date that the council feels is appropriate and they're ready for. Otherwise, if it's not going to be renoticed, we should bring it back to a date certain.
Well, you have an established 300-foot list anyway already, right?
Right, and
So you don't have to reinvent it. It's
yeah,
already
as I
available.
kind of mentioned, I included all the residences in this kind of square here and south because the 300-foot doesn't get you very far.
Okay.
Gets you about 5
So
houses
it wouldn't
in.
be that bad to have to redo
I
them.
pulled the list. It wasn't
Okay,
too
so
bad.
that'd probably help you and make sure we get everything we're looking to get answered.
Yes, so I will work on multifamily policy and inclusionary policy, possibly HOAs. I know just on that there are mechanisms to do public streets but privately maintained.
Yes,
Some
there is. There's a lot of
consider.
options out there.
And
Don't forget just kind of an outline of the benefit area might be, I understand how difficult that's gonna be.
Right, yeah, and on the benefit area, at least in theory, it is a agreement with the developer who puts in the improvement that at such time as other properties within the benefit area develop, they pay a fee to the city, which is reimbursed. So in theory, it is not a cost to the city.
Can we include all of the comments from REACH and make sure that's included in the proposal as well?
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay, so to
Make a motion?
try to finish this up, does she withdraw, or do we have to make a motion on this?
I think if she withdraws it.
She withdraws it, we're,
Okay, I will withdraw and come back
okay?
when I'm
Is
ready.
that correct? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Why
you.
don't we take a 5-minute break? Okay, before we do close it, yeah, did you, come on up.
Good evening. I'm Jose Villa and Sons. I'm working on the commercial, 17 acres. Just seems, what you guys are asking, you guys already have it in the general plan. Maybe I'm wrong, but your general plan is going to dictate what's going in this whole subdivision. Okay, this is just a master plan to show the potential what could be done here. Your general plan is going to tell you guys you already have all the percentages what you need. I don't know if I'm wrong.
I can't tell you that answer specifically, maybe the
I think
city
it's
attorney.
because we're on the cusp of doing a new general plan.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of it.
But you already have one in place.
We do, but typically when you're getting ready to prepare a new general plan, it's not uncommon for entities to do that. Cause you wanna make sure it's gonna be a good plan and fill in with the, jive with the new general plan.
Yeah, but your new plan is not in place. But you have an existing plan. You got to follow your existing plan, and you have this year is already dictating what it should look like and what the future is going to be.
No,
And
we're not denying it, we're just
Councilman
saying we
Lenore.
had some issues.
Councilman
know, but-
Lenore, hang on, we don't want to go back and forth. That's the conversation where we're going to go with this. It's to try to make a plan
Thank
that
you.
we feel better. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Or a 10-minute break. All right, this time we're going to resume the meeting and move to item F1. I think let's wait for Christine to get back.
Can I go? Just kidding.
Let's make it complicated.
No.
Okay.
Not all of it.
Tina, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez, City Council members. This item for you would approve and authorize a transfer of $15,000 between funds for the Junior Warriors basketball and the Hollister Recreation 49er flag football program. In January 2019, Council approved an expenditure of $9,500 from the general fund account to provide a free youth basketball program that included a partnership with the Junior Warriors Basketball League and San Bernardino County PAL. A total of 340 children ages 5 to 14 participated in a basketball program that provided skill building, helped to build self-esteem, self-respect in our youth. In addition, the program teaches sportsmanship, teamwork, and problem-solving skills. And after a successful inaugural season, staff anticipates an increase in registration. For that reason, staff is requesting $12,000 to fund this season's program. And in addition, Council approved $25,000 of expenditure from the general fund account for the Hollister Recreation 49er flag football program in March 2019. In view of the popularity from last season's league, staff is requesting an additional funding of $3,000 for the season's program. The 49er Prep Flag Football League offers a no-cost league to boys and girls ages 7 to 14, and the Junior Warriors and 49er Prep Flag Football League are football leagues are for all skill levels and help promote a safe and fun atmosphere. Each player will receive a jersey for gameplay, and both programs will host field trips where participants can experience and watch professional athletes by attending games or practices at the Santa Cruz Warrior and San Francisco 49er facilities. Staff has determined with the funding of the Junior Warrior and Hollister Recreation 49er Prep Flag Football Program, we will continue to provide family fun activities through quality recreation programs. Staff recommends we continue to build community by offering the Junior Warriors basketball and Hollister Recreation 49er Prep Flag Football Program at no cost.
Okay. Questions? Comments? Just want to say these have all been such a huge success, and I think we're all excited on these types of programs for the community. So, is there any speaker cards? Okay. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-265, a resolution. 256, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving the Administrative Services Department to transfer $15,000 from Fund 101-300-101 to Fund 101-8000-71,015, and authorizing the transfer of appropriations between funds for the Hollister Recreation Department to offer a Junior Warriors basketball and a 49er prep flag football combined with the recreational flag football program.
I'll second that.
Tongue twister.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Motion carries. We move to item F2.
Thank you for your support.
So I'm going to have, as part of our succession planning, have Sydney present this on my behalf.
Okay. Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As Brett said, I'm Sydney. I'm our city's Human Resources Technician 1. So this item is a request for approval of one fully funded Recreation Services Manager position, as well as approval of the updated job description for the position. As you may be aware, the Recreation Division is responsible for managing and providing a variety of recreational programs, activities, and services that meet the needs of the community. Typically, the Recreation Services Manager is responsible for overseeing the administrative and management duties of the Recreation Division, as well as providing assistance to the City Manager. Due to not currently having a budgeted and filled Recreation Services Manager position, The required duties and responsibilities of the position are being performed by the city's recreation supervisor. Approval of a fully funded recreation services manager position would give the recreation division opportunity to grow and continue to meet the needs of the community. Staff recommends approval of one fully funded recreation services manager position, as well as approval of the updated job description for the position. Are there any questions?
Any questions right now? Councilmember,
What's
or Vice Mayor
the
Richmond?
total estimated agency cost to
12,000?
us?
It's
for
yeah,
a
it'll be
year?
an additional cost of $12,000, and then there'll be a mid-year budget, I believe, adjustment as needed.
So how much a year? I'm sorry.
As of now, 12,000.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Any speaker cards? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-257.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion
Thank
carries.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. On November 4th this year, the City Council approved the all-way stop control warrant analysis with recommendations for the Nash Road and Powell Street intersection. Although stop signs were not warranted, the report did recommend improvements for a marked crosswalk, warning signs and legends, and curb bulb outs. At the time of the approval, the high school had committed to participate in a 50-50 shared cost with the city towards this project. Since that time, the high school has indicated that they are not able to participate in the shared cost. Staff is now bringing this item back to council to request direction for the city to fully fund the project if it's the council's desire.
Well, I'm sure we have questions on this.
I do.
So, do you want me to ask it, or do you want to ask it?
I'll go.
Okay.
I already know it.
Okay. I'm wondering why the school has, am I repeating it correctly, Spencer?
Okay, so in June of this year, Superintendent Tannenbaum approached me and asked me about these crosswalks. And I brought it to the city, and we worked on this. Superintendent Tannenbaum, how do you say his name, assured me that he wanted to share the cost of everything. I think we were standing on the corner of West and Nash when he said he would pay for the traffic study, as long as it came in under 10,000.
Yes.
And it came in at 8,500.
Yes.
And Dr. Tannenbaum approached me at work and complained. So there again, the city paid half.
Yeah, that's right.
I hope that, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to go any further. As you can tell, I'm not very happy right now. I hope that this council accepts this, because this is not about crosswalks. It's not about bulb outs. It's about the safety of kids coming to and from San Benito High School, Rancho Junior High School, Middle School, and R.O. Hardin High School, R.O. Hardin Elementary. As everybody knows, I work there. I see what happens from the parking lot by the tennis courts, corner of Nash and West Street, to River Parkway, the new bypass. That is a drag strip for the high school kids coming and going from school. It's a mess. I see it every day. We need this crosswalk. At least, and you know, Danny, I wanted the stop signs. Yes. I didn't get them. But at least if we have the crosswalk with the blinking signs, it will slow down the traffic.
Also, the added
feature of the bulb
Bulb
outs will
outs.
shorten the path of travel for the children to get across the street.
Okay, so
Why can't
the,
we have stop? Oh.
Yeah, it
the
wasn't warranted.
did
It
you have a
wasn't
question?
warranted. But can we disagree?
You
Because
can.
we think it's warranted? Because of a safety issue?
Yeah, I couldn't approve it, but the council.
I
could
mean,
do
just
that,
because the
but they
consultant
take that
says
liability.
no,
Wait.
doesn't mean we have to go with that. If we'd like a stop sign, then we do a stop sign.
Well, hang on a second
Okay,
on
go
that. That we can't do. If it's not warranted, approved, if there's an accident, the city gets sued and the city loses.
Okay.
So that's not gonna happen. My question is, did we have anything in writing from the high school
I
on
believe
this?
so.
And
It's-
what happened that made them decide that they did not
Do you
want to
know Brian's
participate?
in the front? There may have been some communication. I believe there was some emails back and forth. I was present with Councilmember Spencer and Brian and Mr. Tenenbaum out in the field, and he made those commitments about paying for the study.
The study?
And if it was under $10,000, it came back in at $8,500. Then there was some communication back and forth that he paid 50%. We were gonna get recommendations, and he paid for 50% of everything else. I
Okay.
don't know what the
Well, did he
school's-
pay?
No.
I don't
If-
know what the school's financial.
Just so we can, just so we can close up my question, we'll go to others. Have we had the correspondence since then explaining why they're not going to, or is this maybe a oral conversation that's been happening? So we need something in writing from them saying they are not going to do this. And can we ask them one more time, as part of the conversation that was had earlier between Spencer and Dr. Tannenbaum?
We
to make
received
sure of
an
this.
email from Dr. Tannenbaum saying at this time he could not commit to this project, which is not a normal. Like I said, whether whoever doesn't commit or not, this is about safety of our
No,
kids.
I just want to get that part of the answer, so we're
Okay.
clear on this.
Yeah, no.
Because these conversations are obviously on the record, so I want to make sure that
They're on the
Yeah,
record.
we're
I believe
clear.
the way she stated it is correct. The email, I believe it went to Brian Swanson.
Yes.
And then the last part of that question is, what is the cost?
Roughly $100,000.
Yeah, about $100,000. There's about $30,000 in design costs that might be able to be pared back a little bit. And then, what was the?
Yeah, about 74,000 for
About
construction,
70,000 or so.
roughly.
Let me finish if you don't mind. Let me just, so I'm trying to get my head around this. We're talking about a $100,000 crosswalk. I know we're talking about bulb outs and different things. So if we were to step back and have the crosswalks with the flashing lights without the bulb outs, what is the price at that point?
I don't think we
15?
have it.
Yeah, we
15,
don't-
right, somewhere around there?
We don't have that worked out
Okay.
right now, broken out.
Okay, Vice Mayor
Thank
Richmond?
you. So when you say 100,000, was the whole thing 100,000? They were gonna pick up 50?
Yes.
Okay. Their part wasn't 100,000?
No, it wasn't.
So they were gonna pick up 50. Let's see if I remember right, the last two bonds together they got was $100 million. I just wanna, let's see, what is $50,000? What percentage of $100 million is that? Never mind, I'll work that out in my head later. So they've spent $100 million on a football field and a pool and lots of visits to people at the high school, $100 million. And they can't come up with 50 grand for a crosswalk with a bulb out.
So they're-
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, hi. All we've have is just verbal communication from Superintendent Tenenbaum. He has been seeing the different emails that have gone back and forth with the design and such, but it's pretty much just been phones and meeting in person with Sean. So,
Can I recommend that we go back and have a conversation, documented conversation, and if they're not gonna go with the $50,000 for this $100,000 project, can we go back and look at the flashing signs for crossing so we can make this realistic? Because I think everyone agrees we need a crosswalk that's gonna slow people down. There's no doubt there, but, taking on a $100,000 burden there it's a little,
We can definitely scale the project back.
right.
The cost is in the bulb outs and the drainage design.
Yeah.
If we were to put in flashing signs and a high visibility crosswalk.
Yeah,
You're
I
gonna get
agree.
the same things without the added protection for a shorter path of,
Mike.
for pedestrian traffic.
Well, if it, I agree, we have to
Councilmember.
protect the children, but if the high school with the amount of money we gave them, with the public gave them, not just we, but the public gave them, if they can't come up with enough money to pay for a crosswalk bulb out, then I guess a crosswalk bulb out can't be that much important.
Okay. Councilmember Sendes?
I think that the general consensus is that we agree that we've got to look after the safety of the kids and we want to do something there, correct? My suggestion would be, let's scale the project down and do what we're going to do anyhow, and then reach out to them again, just to make it finalized. Let them know the cost of it. If they'd like to share on that cost, fine. If not, that's fine as well. But I think it's more realistic to lessen the design so that we can lower our cost. And we're going to do it either way, so,
Okay.
in my opinion.
And to add to that, I would say if I was part of the school board and all of a sudden the crosswalk came to $100,000, I'd probably balk too and say, whoa, I didn't
But again,
imagine
it
that.
would be 50-50.
Right, and I think there's still an opportunity here to still be 50-50, scale it back to flashing lights, a well-painted crossing, so it's clear, and then have the conversation with the school board again. And if they don't want to help produce or pay for half of the 15 or 20,000, that's an issue I'm sure we're all not going to be very happy about.
Okay.
So do you need direction in that way? Would that
Actually,
be the,
if you would go ahead and adopt the resolution to fully fund it, and we can have that conversation with the school. If they back out or if they say that they don't want to participate, we'll move forward with flashing signs and a high visibility crosswalk.
Okay. First, did you have another question? No. Let's go to any public comments. Are there any?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So your recommendation is,
To adopt the resolution
Adopt the
for a
resolution.
fully funded project, we will get in contact with the school to see if they want to participate and share costs. With that, if they back out and say that they're unable to participate at this time, we'll move forward with a high visibility crosswalk and the flashing
so
signs.
dependent on the school participating at 50%, if not, to go back to just the visible crossing signs, painted crosswalk.
Without the bulb outs.
Without the bulb outs.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I move what you said.
Okay. Did I say it correctly, Danny?
You said it right.
Okay.
We
There's a
know what you
motion.
mean.
Do you want to read out the resolution
Yes, of
number?
course. I was just easy because it's getting late. So I move Resolution 2019-258, Resolution City Council approving fully funding the public improvements for Nash Road and Powell Street and direct intersection, direct the engineering group to confer with the high school concerning the completeness of the project and the size of it, and to modify it down as necessary to get their participation. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, do you want to do a consensus to go past 10?
Yeah, we're at that point. So is there a consensus to continue the meeting?
Yep.
Or are we going to bail out?
No, I'm not coming back.
leave Brett hanging.
There's a consensus to continue the meeting. So we'll go to F4.
Who seconded that last one? Honor, thank you.
Moi.
Okay. F4.
F4.
Who's going to handle this? You're going to handle this yourself?
Christine, are you going to, well, either one. Is this a, oh, go ahead.
This item is for an interim city manager position to enter into an employment to execute an employment agreement with Brett Miller for the position of the interim city manager. A vacancy of the position of city manager was created by the retirement of the former city manager. Since that time, Brett Miller has served as the acting city manager, while the city of Hollister engages in a recruitment process for the position of city manager. This agreement will make him interim city manager, serving at the pleasure of the city council during said recruitment process. The financial impact would be current contract agreement plus 5%.
It?
Yep.
Okay, is there any questions, comments from council? Is there any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards.
Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-259, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving an agreement for interim city manager services for the City of Hollister.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very
Carries.
much.
I move to item F5.
Once again, I'm going to have Sydney handle this on my behalf.
Hi. Hi again. So this item is a request for approval to purchase the NeoGov Insight Enterprise Edition online employment application and applicant tracking system. Approval of this will include both annual reoccurring fees and non-reoccurring setup and implementation fees. So the city currently uses Frontline Education's recruiting and hiring application system for our online application and applicant tracking platform. It was originally created and designed for school districts, not municipalities, and the city has experienced a number of issues with using the system, including application access, the review process, a number of issues, as stated in the staff report, some other ones. It is recommended that the city switch our online application applicant tracking system to NeoGov. NeoGov is used by over 6,000 public sector organizations and was recommended to us by other organizations. This system will solve the problems that the city is dealing with currently. It is a reputable system. It's user-friendly from both the applicant and administrative user side of things. It provides system support services for the applicants, which isn't currently available with the Frontline Education system. It will attract a higher number of applications because this standard also includes job advertisements through the government jobs advertisement website. So each position that we post with the NeoGov system posts on the government jobs website, which would be very important. Additionally, NeoGov provides a platform to maintain the city's updated job descriptions, which will keep us more held more reliable of doing that, and allows access to other public sector agencies' job descriptions and position salaries, so we can easily access that data for compensation studies, which would be fantastic. Also, NeoGov has agreed to waive the $2,500 training fee if we purchase the system by the end of the calendar year. So, with that said, staff recommends the approval to purchase the NeoGov Insight Enterprise Edition online employment application system, including both annual reoccurring fees and non-reoccurring setup and implementation fees. Are there any questions?
Okay, is there any questions from council?
Yes, I do.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Quickly, when all is said and done, and they give us the free and we take the free, which is never really free, when all is said and done, what's the financial impact recurring?
10,366
So,
for the system.
yeah,
Over.
for this year, because we do have to pay the annual fee as well as the implementation fee, it is the overall cost of the 10,000. Yes, so
Yeah,
it's
but how much
10,000.
is that in excess of what we're paying in the other system?
For this year, but in future fiscal years, when you break it down, because we're currently paying around $4,600 for our current system, which really is not suitable for municipalities, it's going to be around approximately a $3,000 increase. Frontline Education has increased their price every year, so I'm estimating
what I
around
wanna
then.
know.
And then take into consideration, it is a $3,000 increase annually, but $1,500 of that is going towards the government jobs posting, which is a standard requirement for the NeoGov system. They automatically post on there. As of today, we've almost spent $1,000 on advertisements, so we're pretty much saving money with that.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank
Yeah,
you.
the frontline system was really good to get us off of just the paper process and get us electronic. This was just a much better system.
The next step up. Okay, any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-260, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister to approve the purchase of the NeoGov Insight Enterprise Edition online employment application system, including annual reoccurring fees and non-reoccurring setup and implementation fees.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Thank you.
carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice job.
I'm gonna go to
Great
item
job, Sydney.
F7,
I thought we were
F6.
Six. Yeah, F6.
6.
Just waited so patiently.
Good evening. All right, so where to start with this one? In 2013, City of Hollister entered an agreement with Panoche Valley Solar Projects to provide fire and EMS services to the solar project. As part of the compensation plan for that, they agreed to buy us a firefighting vehicle, and I believe they spent $142,500 to provide that for us and turn it over to full ownership to the city, which was a great thing. Unfortunately, in September of last year, that particular vehicle was involved in an accident. It sustained some pretty substantial damage. It was a long, drawn-out back and forth between Ambasia and AAA Auto on how it was going to get paid. We ended up accepting a $100,000 settlement from AAA, which of course did not pay for the rig. The rig was not totaled, but it's no longer suitable for fire, for running emergency calls with. So it left us in a situation. The vehicle was stored and the diagnostics was done at High Tech in Oakdale, and over that time frame, it accrued $15,000 and some change in costs for storage and diagnostic fees. With the $100,000 being a lot less than what it would cost to replace that vehicle, we have an opportunity to surplus the vehicle to High Tech in lieu of paying these fees, which would cut our losses on this apparatus and allow us to maintain the $100,000 that we received, and maybe in the future use that money towards replacing it. The vehicle was in use for 5 years, so we've gotten some lifespan out of it, and all salvageable equipment that was on the vehicle has been removed and it's been put in service on other fire apparatus. So what we're hoping to do is to go ahead and turn this thing over, surplus it to High Tech, and save money.
Get rid of a $15,000 bill.
I like it.
Wow. Okay. Any questions, comments?
Why did it sit in storage for so long?
That was the insurance companies going back and forth.
You were
And
negotiating.
they were negotiating a settlement. What it was is the insurance carrier had a maximum insurance policy of $100,000 on damage, and that was what we got, their maximum extent of what was available from their insurance policy. Anything above that, I believe we would have to sue in civil court to recover, and I don't know if it's worth it.
To get it all done.
Yeah, it just took a long time to get it settled.
Okay. Do we have any speaker cards? All right, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-261, authorizing the Hollister Fire Department to surplus a fire apparatus vehicle known as the Wild Lines Pumper to High Tech Emergency Vehicle Service Incorporated.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We're going to move to item F7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm here to get authorization to surplus 6 pieces of equipment, one of which is an old police car, one of which is a 1991 truck that we can't get parts for anymore, and then the other 4 pieces of equipment, there's nothing wrong with them, but they have Tier 1 and Tier 0 engines, so the state won't let us turn them on anymore. So we have to sell those out of state.
Okay. Yearly fund from the state. Any questions, comments? Speaker cards? Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2019-262.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to F8.
Good evening, Mayor and
members of the council. The item before you tonight is for a cannabis development agreement with Right 13. The project is located on an existing vacant property located on Wright Road, which is west of San Felipe Road. The subject parcel is approximately 13.19 acres in size and has a general plan land use designation of North Gateway Commercial. Under this land use designation, cannabis facilities are a permitted use subject to city council approval. The city's cannabis ordinance allows the city to permit a development agreement in order to protect the city and the developer's ability to conduct cannabis operations in the future and allow that use to run with the land. For a little bit of background, on September 26th of 2019, the Planning Commission approved a minor subdivision and a site and architectural review for the construction of approximately 340,000 square feet of buildings at this property. Pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, a mitigative negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program was also done for this project and approved by the Planning Commission. To conclude, this agreement does not permit individual or multiple licenses at this time or regulatory permits. However, it does ensure that the developer can lease to future approved businesses, which will also come before the City Council for approval once those applications are received. With that, staff recommends that the City Council take the following action. Review the attached development agreement and approve the resolution authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement with Right 13. And depending on the desire of the City Council, there are a few amendments that staff would like to suggest when that motion is made.
Okay, is there any questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. For resolution number 2019-263, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the mayor to execute a development agreement with Right 13 LLC. I have one speaker card. That's Gary Coates.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Gary Coates here on behalf of the proposed project, the development agreement. Here this evening with me also I have Mr. Patrick and Chris Orozco are here as well, the owners of the project. We're really here to answer any questions you have. Your staff has done an excellent job in the presentation. Working with Jason and Brett, also with Maria and Eva, have all been very, very helpful, Brian, in getting us through this process. As you know, this is one of the first ones really coming to you in this fashion. It's been a very cooperative affair and a very, very, I think, effective process to get the good document for all of us included. So just to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Any other speaker cards? That's it? All right. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-263, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the mayor to execute a development agreement with Right 13 LLC.
Okay, there's a motion.
Just
Is there a
real
second?
quick, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, real quickly before we go any further.
There was an amendment that it was just basically to strict recital O in the development agreement is just only a mistake, and then remove all of Exhibit C.
So you want to strike letter O, you're saying?
Yeah, recital O. It references an ordinance which
Okay.
never really happened.
Okay, so
It's
strike
just extra,
letter
yeah.
O.
And remove Exhibit C. Exhibit C is all of the rules and regulations that will come back to the City Council with every regulatory permit that comes before for your approval. So there was just some blanks in there that weren't necessary. So staff decided, along with the input of the city attorney, to remove Exhibit C.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll come back, though.
So
So
strike
the
amended by
motion that
striking O.
Councilmember Spencer made with the addition of striking recital O from the contract and Exhibit C.
Okay, is that your
If that's
motion?
acceptable to.
That's yes, with striking O and amending
Striking recital O
striking recital O
and Exhibit C.
and Exhibit C.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Move to item F9.
Item AF9 is also mine. This is just like the item I presented to you before, and I'll just go again over the project. It's also a cannabis development agreement with Felipe 9 LLC. The project is located on 773 San Felipe Road, south of Wright Road. The subject parcel is a total of approximately 8.36 acres in size, and it has a general plan land use designation of North Gateway Commercial. Under this land use designation and zoning category, a cannabis facilities are permitted use, subject to the city council approval. The city's cannabis ordinance allows the city to permit a development agreement in order to protect the city and the developer's ability to conduct cannabis operations into the future and allow the use to run with the land. On September 26th of 2019, the Planning Commission also approved a minor subdivision and a site and architectural review for the construction of approximately 220,000 square feet of buildings for cannabis facilities at this site. Pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, a mitigative negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program was also done for this project and approved by the Planning Commission. Again, this agreement does not permit individual or multiple licenses or regulatory permits to operate cannabis businesses. However, it does ensure that the developer can lease future approved businesses into this facility as well. And all regulatory permits, of course, will come before the City Council for approval once received. With that, staff recommends that the City Council review the attached development agreement and approve the resolution authorizing the mayor to execute the document with the same amendments that were made to Right 13 previously, which is to strike Oliver Recital O and remove Exhibit C.
Okay. Councilmember Resendiz, you have a question?
Just for clarification, this is the same applicant. Is this, and this is the property right next to it, adjacent to it?
Right.
That we annexed in?
Correct.
Got it, okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
Sorry,
Yes,
it's not
Mr.
the
Mayor?
one that was annexed. It's next to it.
I'm sorry.
Resolution number 2019-264, resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the mayor to execute a development agreement with Felipe 9 LLC Cannabis. I have one speaker card, Gary Coates.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just say ditto.
Okay.
Same thing.
Ditto. Ditto. All right, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2019-264.
Striking recital
Oh.
O.
Striking recital O
removing
and
Annex C.
deleting
Exhibit C.
Exhibit C.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. We'll move to item F10.
Looks familiar.
This item before you is also for a cannabis development agreement with Briggs 17. The project is located west of San Felipe, north of Riot, and south of Flynn Road. The subject parcel is a total of approximately 13.48 acres in size and is located within the City of Hollister's sphere of influence. Following a public hearing on September 26th of 2019, the Planning Commission recommended adoption of a mitigative negative declaration for pre-zone and approval of the request to pre-zone the property into the North Gateway zoning district. On November 18th of 2019, the City Council of the City of Hollister held a public hearing to consider adoption of the mitigative negative declaration and the pre-zoning application for this project. A final annexation will require approval by the San Benito County or LAFCO. And later on, planning staff is bringing the annexation, so it may sound redundant, but that this is the same project. Under this land use designation and zoning category, cannabis facilities are a permitted use subject to the City Council approval. The city's cannabis ordinance allows the city to permit a development agreement in order to protect the city and the developer's ability to conduct cannabis operations in the future and allow the use to run with the land. Unlike the other two developments or parcels, this specific one does not have any development approvals at this time because it first must be annexed into the city. Again, this agreement does not permit individual or multiple licenses or regulatory permits at this time. However, it does ensure that the developer can lease to future approved businesses that will come before the City Council. With that, staff recommends that the City Council review the attached development agreement and approve resolution authorizing the mayor to execute the document with the same amendments to strike Exhibit 4 and Recital O.
Or Exhibit C, or?
Sorry.
is it different?
Recital O.
Recital O, Exhibit C.
C.
Sorry. Long name.
Same as before.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Do we have any speaker cards? Besides Mr. Ditto?
I'm embarrassed to get up.
Okay. All right, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-265, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the mayor to execute a development agreement with Briggs 17 LLC.
So
With the amendment of
Striking
striking recital O and Exhibit C.
Deleting to the C. Okay,
Second.
there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, now we're gonna go down to F11.
Good evening, City Council. It's me for a little while. I think I have the next 5 items. So this item, F11, is a resolution approving an annexation agreement between the City of Hollister and Briggs 17 LLC for the same property that Maria was just describing. This parcel, APN 019090026, is again 13.48 acres of land in the North Gateway Commercial Zone. The annexation agreement is a prerequisite to annexation into the city, and it establishes the criteria for annexing the property in compliance with and subject to all city ordinances, resolutions, and policies, and all applicable provisions of the tax sharing agreement between the city and the county of San Benito, as amended. So under the current one or any future one. And the applicant has reviewed and signed the agreement, and at this time, the staff recommends that the city adopt a resolution approving the annexation agreement as you had received and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement on behalf of the city.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Any speaker cards?
Ditto.
Got a slightly different.
Just a little different. Since consultants get paid by the word, I had to say something. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, we're in favor of what your staff has done. Thank them again. The one thing I would request of the city immediately tomorrow, if we can, is to get in touch with LAFCO to get this thing agendized as quickly as we can, looking at the January agenda. And we've already made the application. All the forms are there. The fees have all been paid. We just need to have then the city hand carry that through. So I know Mr. Mayor's on the LAFCO board, so whatever help we can get to move that along, we would appreciate.
I might be too tired tomorrow to make it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other
I have no more speaker cards.
Make a motion that we approve resolution number 2019-266. Resolution City Council, City of Hollister approving an annexation agreement between the City of Hollister and Briggs 17 LLC for the property identified as APN 019-090-026, authorizing the mayor to sign the agreement on behalf of the City of Hollister.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We move to item F12.
Great. So thank you again. Item F12 is a resolution approving the annual accountability report for CFD2. CFD2, as a reminder to everyone, was formed in 1995 and is our police and fire services CFD. It's been replaced by CFD5, but there are still properties annexed into CFD2 that we do collect funds for. Each year, the city prepares a report summarizing the financial activities of the CFDs and certifying that the use of the fund is consistent with the purposes and allowed uses of the CFD. And For fiscal year 2018-19 for CFD2, the city collected $680,667.66, less a San Benito service charge of $5,400, for a total of $675,267.66. These funds do not go into the general fund, and there is no remaining balance for CFD2. They are all used for authorized services, including and mostly police and fire department salaries and benefits.
Okay, any questions?
Approximately how many units are in the CFD, do you remember, from the report?
I honestly,
Approximately, okay.
let me just look at my map
Honestly,
here,
you don't
because
know?
CFD2 has the most.
Yeah.
I would say that it's probably, I'm going to just throw out 1,500. I honestly have no idea.
Okay. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-267, approving the City of Hollister CFD number 2 for fiscal year 2018-19 annual accountability report.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Go to item F13.
Great. Item F13, very similar. This is the annual accountability report for fiscal year 18-19 for CFD4, which is our public facilities services CFD. The 18-19, the city collected $166,835.07, less a service charge fee of $84.90, for total collections of $166,750.17. The expenditures were $129,605.06, which I did not write it down, but the report should say leaves a balance of, I'm going to say approximately like $30,000.
Okay. Any questions? Any speaker cards?
No speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move to approve resolution 2019-268, resolution City of Hollister, City of Hollister, approving the City of Hollister Community Facilities District Number 4, Public Facility Services, fiscal year 2018-19, the annual accountability report.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Going to move to item F14.
F14 is, again, the annual accountability report for fiscal year 18-19 for CFD5. This is, and it should not say public facility services. It should say police and fire services in the resolution title. So I would actually recommend that we make an amendment to the title. So CFD5 is police and fire services. It replaced CFD2. It's at a higher rate. For 18-19, we did not collect any special taxes. Next year we will. The annexed properties are starting to be finalized now. There were no finalized or pulled permits for the fiscal year. So we did not collect any fees for 18-19 for CFD5.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Speaker cards? Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-269, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister, approving the City of Hollister CFD District Number 5 for
police and fire services.
Police and Fire fiscal year 2018-19 annual accountability report.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Moving to item F15.
Thank you. And this is a resolution of application by the City of Hollister requesting the Local Agency Information Commission of San Benito County, otherwise known as LAFCO, to initiate proceedings for the annexation of territory of the parcel identified as 019-090-026, which is also the Briggs 17 parcel that we just adopted both the DA and the annexation agreement for. At its regular meeting of December 2nd, 2019, the City Council adopted Ordinance 1186, which pre-zoned this parcel to North Gateway, and this resolution would allow us to submit that application to LAFCO, which the applicant discussed earlier.
Okay. Any questions? Do we have any speaker cards on this item? Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-270, a resolution of application by the City of Hollister requesting the local agency formation commission of San Benito County, LAFCO, to initiate proceedings for the annexation of territory of the parcel identified as APN 019-090-026.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so
motion
much.
Carries. Move to item F16.
Is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister declaring July of 2020 to be a legislative recess for the City of Hollister. In addition to staff being caught up on work and allowing for time off, we're also going to need staff time to directed for the motorcycle rally, the event that we are going to be holding this year. So my request is that we take a legislative recess in July 2020.
Okay, are there any questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-271, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister declaring July 2020 to be a legislative recess for the City of Hollister.
Second that.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion,
Aye.
motion
Aye,
carries.
aye, aye, aye.
Item F17.
Okay. Mayor, this is on the property tax sharing agreement with the County of San Benito. I was going to turn this over to the ad hoc committee.
I'm the one of the members of the ad hoc committee for the tax sharing agreement. Councilmember Lenore is the other member. The tax sharing agreement was agreed upon between the two ad hoc committees. It went to the Board of Supervisors of San Benito County on the 10th of the month, and it was approved on a 3-2 vote, and I'm bringing it here. So I'm going to move that motion to approve the tax sharing agreement, and in accordance with the rules of debate of the City of Hollister, Municipal Code 2.04.110, the City Council member moving the adoption of the ordinance or resolution shall have the privilege of closing the debate. I will exercise my right to close the debate. Can you flip that up for me? Here's the version. The key element on this is the new tax sharing agreement requires a 50-50 split between the county and the City of Hollister on the tax sharing, and in fact, because of the way the tax sharing agreement calculations work, the City of Hollister winds up with 58% of the money, not 50% of the money. So there are three options here. The first one is the red bars. You can see that is a property developed residentially within Hollister, no annexation required. In that case, the county gets $9.75 at the end of post-ERAF to their general fund, and the city gets $5.45. The second group of bars is the expiring tax sharing agreement, which is was a 75-25 split, with 75% going to the county and 25% going to the City of Hollister. In that case, for something annexed under the old tax sharing agreement, the county got $10.16 on average, and the City of Hollister got $4.83 on average. The new tax sharing agreement with the 50-50 split, post-ERAF, the county gets $6.78 per $100, and the city gets $9.66%. And that is the crux of the matter. The other big change to the two big changes is that the county has now agreed to use CFDs if they want to collect money from annexed property and use nexus studies to justify it. And the second issue is that the new agreement now allows either the city or the county to pull out unilaterally with the appropriate amount of notification. I'm here to answer any questions you want.
City manager, we kind of went through this several times in the past, trying to understand these numbers. And the numbers in the past are not reflected here. So I'm wondering what are we looking at here?
This is actually prepared by the ad hoc committee for us. I mean,
Okay, because I remember when we had these conversations, our percentage was much lower than that number we're seeing there, and I'm questioning the accuracy of these numbers. Can you tell us the amount that what the percentage was about 1.5% of the 1% in the past? Is that about correct?
correct.
And now if we're going to be getting, instead of 25% of that, we'll get 50%, so that's more of about 3% of the 1%. Does that be about correct?
That sounds about right, but I'll have to look it back up.
Okay, because I'm not.
Because it depends on all tax sharing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing these numbers as being correct, and it's one of the issues that I've been kind of pointing out. I remember when I was involved in these conversations, we went through it quite a bit with these numbers trying to make this thing work. One of the things I've stressed over and over again is not to be in a hurry to get an agreement done until we really understand how we can best utilize our partnership with the county that makes the burden of us carrying the cost. And it's unfortunate for those that don't know is that the county of San Benito and the city really receive one of the lowest portions of property tax in the state. And that is through no fault of any of the elected officials at this time or the past years. It's just part of what happened when Prop 13 was passed in 1978 and was all dependent on the debt at the time of each agency in each community or each county, and that's how the percentages were divvied up. Problem we had here is there was very little debt at the city or at the county at the time, so a great majority of property tax ended up going to the schools and a couple of the other agencies in the community, which left us as a community with very little of the property tax to pay the cost, ongoing cost of basically maintaining our communities. This has been an ongoing strain in our community. There's nothing that can be done about that, by the way. I know a lot of people say, well, just take the money from the schools, they have too much. The reality is the schools received, the money they receive doesn't even cover half of their budget. So there's no money to take from the schools either. We're in a difficult situation, and there's very little we can do. The issues I had in the past is how are we going to grow in the future and minimize the strain on our budgets. I don't personally think this is the answer to it, and I'm curious on what happened with the commercial portion of this.
Okay, the commercial.
Because that's another big issue.
Correct. And I always say that's my concern is the commercial, we get all of it right now. With this agreement, each new annexations of commercial area will be negotiated between the county and the city.
So just so I'm clear, so basically what we had of the 100% of the commercial helped somewhat. We're not going to have that any longer.
Correct.
So we're not going to see any net gain here. We're going to actually probably end up losing some with this deal. So we're clear and we're honest up front about it.
Well, I would say, depending on what those is negotiated at.
Okay.
Right now, I can't.
But we're not going to receive the 100% anymore. I would doubt.
Because the law says that you have to do a tax sharing agreement. The law says, so we're gonna do them individually now. And by the way, commercial was never a component of the last tax sharing agreement. Never.
Maybe
Never.
not in your conversation, but it was part of a
It was
conversation.
never part of the tax sharing agreement, and
Councilmember.
now I'm answering
Councilmember,
your
hang on.
question.
I was
You're
part of these.
saying falsities.
No, hang on. It's untrue. One of the things I discovered early on was how little we get in property tax. And the
this not-
problems,
Does this not even it out more?
Did-
Do you not see that?
that's, I'm
Do you
sorry to
not see-
say, I don't think this is correct. If we were at 1.5 cent before, and now
You're
we're doubling.
incorrect, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm pointing something out to you.
No, you're
and
not
it's-
speaking to me, you're speaking to the city manager. You're
I am,
incorrect.
I am. And that's why I asked for his opinion, because he and I have had discussions on property tax many of times to try to understand
Yes, you
where
don't
we're really.
understand it, I agree, you do
There
not
was no
understand
commercial
it.
component on
well,
the last
And
agreement.
you've made no
period.
effort to understand it. So we
Delay,
agree.
delay.
Councilmember
Yeah, we
Lenore
agree.
and Vice Mayor Richmond, I have the floor at this point. I'm
Sure,
I'm
go
asking
ahead.
questions because I think it's very important.
You should ask the ad hoc committee, we
No,
put it
hang on.
together,
I'm asking questions
fine.
of somebody that's much
I
more
am
knowledgeable
making the
about this.
presentation, sir.
Okay.
Ask me.
So those are my concerns, as I've pointed out before, that we're gonna end up with something that really doesn't take care of our problem. And I just wanna make sure we're pointing that out. This is not something that's gonna change our world. But what it does do is I understand now that this agreement will go into place, that will open it up so some of these developments can start building their homes.
And that's the problem you have with it.
I do,
Well, that's
absolutely.
too bad.
So I
'Cause
just
the
wanna
law
make that
says
we're
we
clear,
need a
right?
tax sharing agreement.
So this, that does start the ball rolling, so developments can start building. So I just want to make sure we're
Why do
clear
you
that
have to
we're not.
say it like that?
Well, because I
It's
want to.
business. We need a
Councilmember
tax
Lenore, I
sharing
have the
agreement.
floor. Thank you.
Well,
I
wrap
have
it
the
up.
floor,
Wrap it up
Councilmember Lenore.
on the
No,
floor.
Councilmember Lenore, please. A little
You,
professionalism
you have
here.
the floor, please.
Yes, absolutely.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure we're clear on what's going on. And I do appreciate trying to make things better, but the reality is, it's very tough. It's just very tough to make these things work. So with that, Councilmember or Vice Mayor Richmond, I
Thank
think
you.
you have a.
Now I'll have the floor.
Thank you.
Those numbers came from the auditor at the county, they did not come from me. I really resent you always questioning my numbers, okay? You don't understand how the tax sharing agreement works, that's not my problem, I've tried to explain it to you. With all due respect, we probably would still be getting commercial for free if you'd have kept your mouth shut. But you kept coming up here and
Can you please-
complaining
Mr.
and
Richmond, please
complaining.
keep it
No, let me
professional.
tell the
Keep it-
truth.
but please keep it
Sir, you
professional,
just
sir.
did it.
Just keep it professional.
It is
Thank you.
professional.
Keeping your
You
mouth shut
came
is
up
not a
here-
comment to be a professional.
You came up here and complained every day about this tax sharing agreement. And you finally complained so much, you woke up the people at the county who said, you know, we're giving commercial tax sharing for free. And you woke them up, and now they said, we're not gonna give them to you for free anymore. Every time you complained about the tax sharing agreement, and that must have been 100 times, you never said once, and oh, by the way, we're getting all the commercial property for free.
Mr. Richmond, please keep it to the item, not
I-
not what your interpretation.
Sir,
of the,
I have the floor.
Yes, but please keep it
Do not
professional.
interrupt me.
Keep it about the
You-
item. Don't make
It
it
is on the
personal.
item, it's on the tax sharing agreement. You brought up the commercial property, not I. Never once did the mayor say, oh, by the way, we're getting the commercial property for free. Never. Because it would have ruined his argument about the tax sharing agreement. He doesn't want it, so he doesn't tell anybody we're getting
Again,
stuff for
Mr.
free.
Richmond, keep it on the item, not.
I
your-
am on the item.
your-
Do
your-
not
that's-
interrupt me.
Mr.
You brought
no,
up the commercial
Mr.
property.
Richmond,
You brought it up.
Here, let's go through this again.
You,
can-
no, I have the floor, sir.
You do not
I
have the
do
floor.
have the
I
floor.
can decide who has the floor or not.
No, you
What-
can't.
My
Oh,
point.
no, you
I make a
can't.
motion that we
My
overrule
point-
the mayor's
wait,
ruling.
My point to you is.
I
this.
make a motion
Keep
we
it-
overrule the
keep it
mayor's
on-
gavel.
Keep it on the item.
Can I get a
Don't-
second?
Don't read
I
my
second
mind.
that.
Thank you very much.
Call the
Okay.
vote. I call for the motion.
Keep going.
I call for the motion,
Okay,
sir.
call for the motion.
All in
call for the
favor of overruling the mayor's
So you- hang on.
ruling?
So you
Aye.
Want to suspend the rules
3
for?
to 2.
Please.
We're not suspending the rules, those are the rules.
Okay, please put that on the record with the roll call vote, please.
No,
I
Yes.
didn't even get a chance to vote, and you're calling what the results of the vote are.
it's 3 to 2. I know how you're gonna vote.
You didn't allow.
Please put that in a roll call vote, please.
Make a roll call vote.
Councilmember Resendez,
Absolutely not.
Vice Mayor Richmond,
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez.
No.
Councilmember Spencer,
Aye.
Councilmember Lenore,
Aye.
I have the floor.
You have it. Go ahead.
But you
I'm
kept
just,
interrupting
no,
him.
I'm just asking you to keep it professional. Please don't read my mind.
I'm
Speak
not
about
reading
the-
your
yes,
mind.
you are. You're interpreting
This
my
is a
things.
fact. This is a fact. The mayor never mentioned commercial property on the old tax sharing agreement, ever. This is a fact. You can check me. You can pull up the minutes. He talked all the time about the fact that the county took 75% of the residential money. He never discussed the fact that we were getting the commercial properties for free. Let me tell you, we had the bargain of a lifetime, okay? A bargain of a lifetime. We're raking it in. We're giving up $5 on the residential property and bringing in thousands of dollars on the commercial property in unencumbered sales tax. He kept complaining and complaining because he thought he could score political points. And he woke the county up. And now the county said, we don't have to give you that property for free. We read the law. The law says we can charge you for that property. And now they want to do it, and now he's complaining. He says those are not the right figures. I didn't make those figures up. I got them from the auditor, okay? Those are the right figures. Those are exactly, because what the mayor doesn't understand is that when you do a tax sharing agreement, the calculations on how the tax is shared is not done on the city's portion of the sales tax. It's done on the county's. And the county's portion is 10.9%, where our portion is only 1.4%, okay? Now, he wants to score political points. So he calls up his friends at the county and says, vote no. And you know why they voted no? They voted no because they said, we don't make enough money at the county on this deal. Now he's going to vote no by saying we don't make enough county money at the city on this deal. I'm from New York City, and even in New York City anymore, we don't sell 75% of the Brooklyn Bridge to two people because it equals 150%, okay? Now, you don't want to approve the tax sharing agreement because you want to do a backdoor building moratorium. That's the truth. Just do not falsify the numbers to make the truth. Now you've got your answer. Thank you.
Let me make it clear then, again. If I never talked about it, then how did I magically awaken the county? If you for 1 second believe the county was stupid enough not to know they weren't getting 100% of the commercial, you're wrong. They knew very well these were conversations. You might have not been there, and I know you were not there. So for you to assume you know everything is incorrect. I'm telling you information that's accurate. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's your right. I'm just telling you, trying to come up with a deal just so you can continue building more houses is not the answer. The answer is making sure we're doing this the right way and everything included. Thank you. Any other discussion?
I thought we were gonna stick to the, yes, I have the last word according to
Go
the
for it.
municipal code, and I've exercised my property, my rights. I moved it, I have the last word, okay? That's what it says right there, right there. You should read your municipal
I
code
read it
sometime.
very well.
You do?
Thank you. Yes, I do,
That's
sir.
funny, you never apply it.
And sometimes you break the rules, but that's
Yeah,
a different
well,
story.
sometimes I break the
Yes,
rules.
yes, you do.
You break the rules more often than me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, trying to steal the rights of the
Can you
council.
finish your conversation,
I will
please?
finish my conversation. He says the county knew they were giving it to us for free, but he never told the public. That was my point. He doesn't want to hear the point. The point is, when he came in here and complains about $5 going the wrong way and building houses, he never told the public. He never got in front of the public and said, hey, guess what? We're getting all the commercial for free, so we're cleaning up on this deal. It was all about building houses. It is not all about building houses. Because we annexed houses already. And we will annex houses in the future because you voted for the growth management ordinance, and we can't have any growth, period. You say you're for smart growth, but we can't have any growth if we don't annex properties. We make more money on this deal than if we built our own property. Now, that's a simple formula, okay? Anybody can see it. And I'll move the question, all right?
No, we have to have public comment.
Well, public comment, excuse me, you are correct.
Do we have any?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
I will move the question.
okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Brazendez,
No more houses.
Vice Mayor Richmond,
That's a point of order. That is not a
Please.
vote in accordance with.
Mr. Richmond, please vote.
It's a point of
Why
order.
do you let him do that?
Look,
Why? Say
why do I
something
let-
to Roland. It's
You interrupted.
inappropriate.
You do not have the floor, Ms. Lenore.
Why do you
Please-
let Roland do that?
Ms. Lenore, you do not have the floor. Please continue your vote.
Point of order.
Okay.
That is an improper vote.
It's not an
Call for a
improper
proper
vote. It's not an improper vote. He can
Roland.
make his comment.
He cannot.
Yes, he is.
Resendez.
The vote is
Absolutely no
specified.
more houses.
Okay, he made a vote again. Do you want to please vote?
That is an improper vote.
Sir, please
That's
go ahead
not
and
even
vote.
part of what we're voting on. We're voting on a tax agreement.
Well, that's what he said.
Then
So
his
go ahead and
Vice
vote.
Mayor
cannot
Richmond,
count.
A vote can count. Councilmember, I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor Richmond,
It's all right, let it go.
I want it reflected in the record that that's an improper vote in accordance with our procedures, which says you must vote yes, aye, no, nay, or abstain, or you can remain silent. You cannot debate during the vote or make any other comment. It's in writing, okay? But there are no rules for some
But you're
people
making,
around
you're
here.
making comments right
You
now, Mr.
bet I
Richmond,
am.
so you're violating your rules.
You bet I am.
You're violating the rules
You
you're
bet
talking
I
about.
am. If
Please-
he can
please-
violate the rules,
please make
so
the
can
vote.
I. That's why there are rules.
He's not giving a speech. Just
Yeah.
place your
Well,
vote, please.
he is giving a speech.
You are.
It's a short speech.
Please, Mr. Richmond, just go ahead and.
Vice Mayor Richmond,
Aye.
Mayor Velasquez,
No.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Lenore,
Aye.
and it passes 3-2.
Thank you. Let's go to G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees.
Okay.
Councilmember Lenore.
Yes, please. The committee I attended was the Agency on Area Aging. It was just on December 12th. I went over to La Selva Beach because we had a joint meeting with the Seniors Council along with the Area Aging, and I got a really good tutorial on the history of the Seniors Council. Mickey Luna was in attendance there as part of the director on the Seniors Council. Soon they will be agendizing, I hope, with the City Council. I'll get with you and request that for them to come over and give a presentation. That would be, oh boy. I forget his name. The director there, he'll come over and let us know what's going on with the age-friendly communities, as well as other centers that they'd like to talk to the city about, and the county, so it's not just the city. So we'll hopefully be able to schedule a presentation from the director there to talk to us about aging issues. And that's it. We'll be scheduling a meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Councilmember Spencer.
And I had no ambag. Okay.
I had no meetings.
Oh, I had one more.
Oh.
I met with the Water Resource Board. I'm sorry I do this. Had a very enjoyable meeting. We were updated on the programs they're running. I actually chaired that meeting. Again, it's one of the more enjoyable meetings I go to, and things are doing well in the water world. And Don Ridenhour, it was reported, is gone now, so he did retire.
It's a shame.
Oh, he
Yeah,
did?
He used to come to the meetings. Don Ridenhour, he retired. He's in the Sunny Slope Water District, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. But Sean Novak continues to do a wonderful job on conserving water conservation.
I really like that guy. He's a font of information for sure. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Spencer.
No meetings.
Okay, Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you. We'll be having a special meeting with Senator Ana Caballero tomorrow concerning the library and doing a tour of the library. And in the afternoon, Councilmember Lenore and myself, as part of the downtown revitalization program, will be meeting with Mike Chambliss to talk about, see if there's anything we can do about the water mains downtown that keep breaking. There's no sense, in my opinion, putting in a bunch of bulbous bulb outs that we'll have to pull out every 15 minutes to fix the water mains. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez.
Nothing to report.
I have nothing to report from committees. We're going to move to item G2. Councilmember Lenore.
We met on the, well, I guess it's kind of moot, but we did have the ad hoc committee meeting, tax sharing agreement, on the 5th. So we did that. That was our final wrap up there. And then I attended a meeting at PD for the retention subject. Was very happy to go there. Had a great conversation with Stacy and Rosie and Chris. It was very good. They had information available for me. And then attended on Saturday night. I stepped out and went over to the high school for the Christmas program and the dance academy, and it was awesome. I really should get to more of these things because I was just enthralled for the 2 hours I was there, and with a big smile on my face. And the kids are so cute, and I got to see the mayor's son play his instrument, and so it was very good. And I just wanted to say to the high school, thank you for hosting that, and then all of the participants, thank you so much, because it really gave me the Christmas spirit, and that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Spencer.
I only have one thing. I would like to make a motion to put a resolution on the January 21st, 2020 agenda to censure Councilmember Resendez for his public comments using misogynistic and derogatory language towards women, senior citizens, community members, and council members, and other public comments unbecoming of an elected member of the Hollister City Council. That's all I have.
I'll co-sponsor that.
Vice Mayor Richmond.
I'll co-sponsor putting that on the agenda, a measure to censure council member Resendez for various reasons, and to divorce the public employer, the city of Hollister, from his remarks, which show sexual harassment. And the city of Hollister is dedicated toward equal opportunity and equal treatment for everyone. And he's had his say, and we're going to get ours. By the way, for informational, my family is visiting. I hope you all have a great holiday. My daughter said she doesn't appreciate people calling me a pimp or implying that the 2 female members of this council are prostitutes.
Okay. Councilmember Resendez.
Yeah, a couple of things. Number one, I just want to request staff to bring on the agenda a new traffic study for Buena Vista. I'm getting a lot of complaints about the speed that the cars are going out there. So if we can get that on the agenda, I'd appreciate it. And finally, I get to speak. So I wrote up a little something, and I want to read it to you guys. There have been some exaggerated claims about a hashtag that I used when referring to a special interest business person on social media. This same person has tried to have me censured before for being vocal about her involvement and influence she has on elected officials. I have in the past referred to this person and other well-known special interest consultants as cockroaches. I have referred to them as cockroaches because I feel like there's an infestation of them here in local politics. They do this in order for them to make more money and undermine the democratic process. This is not about what I said or didn't say. This really is an attempt for them to silence me. This is a highly exaggerated retaliatory move on their part. Because I have filed a formal complaint against their most trusted allied councilpersons. Anybody who knows me, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, anyone who knows me can attest to my character and use of this vulgar language. This,
Please, from the audience, yeah, again, you're disrupting.
Oh, please.
this is special interest consultants accusing me of using. I did not and would not refer to this person as what they're claiming me to have referred to them as. The truth is that her most trusted ally has in fact threatened to physically attack me on multiple occasions. She was recently caught on an open microphone using some very vulgar language in reference to me. What the public has seen or knows is just a small snippet of the ugly tactics that these people have used. That special interest person made mention of crimes that have taken place. That is true. There are crimes that have taken place, but not by me. I am the one who was harassed, stalked, threatened, and physically assaulted by these people. I have documented and reported it for a very long time. This is the most recent attempt to misconstrue my words. It's part of a long-standing fight amongst very selfish people. They simply do not like my voice being heard and calling for the public to stand up. This is a fight. I honestly believe it's only gonna get worse before it gets better. I believe that people like this will stop at nothing in order to further their position to undermine the public and the democratic process. Yes, as I mentioned, or as was mentioned earlier by several speakers, I am an openly gay Mexican, and I consider myself a poor person. I'm no stranger to being discriminated against or having to fight for what is right. I will not be easily silenced or intimidated. One thing I can say for certain is that I would never, and I never ever mean this from the bottom of my heart, I would never be hateful or discriminatory towards any marginalized group of individuals. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It always has been. Check my record. And lastly, I just want to say, because of what I just got finished addressing, I would like for to request the City Council to enter into an agreement with a neutral third-party investigator, someone who has no relationship with the City of Hollister, to investigate allegedly harassing behavior of City Council members and to include, this is very important, the use of private cell phones during council meetings. If council members are sending text messages during these meetings, it should be part of the public record. It is fair for this to be exposed and to allow the public access and full transparency of what is really going on during these meetings. Thank you.
Councilmember Lenore. Thank you. Okay. Well, I went to the ice rink one more time.
You didn't fall this time, did you?
Nope.
Darn.
I got to see the high school band play at their event. Stop by the Christmas event real quick to watch them. It's one of my favorite events of the year. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay very long because I had several other things happening. But I enjoyed it, as always. They're all such talented young people. Now, what we keep seeing here is absolutely wrong all the way around, including some of the public members that have come up, one tonight, again, threw out some mud that's absolutely not true, and this keeps happening over and over and over again in an effort to mislead the public. You know, it's okay that we have differences, but to use City Hall as a forum for political reasons is just wrong. It's just wrong. And this idea of a censure now for something to happen out there, while at the same time here at a city council meeting, I heard a fellow council member refer to myself and another as effing morons. That's what happened. I heard here at City Hall a council member making a threat to another council member using the same type of language. I heard another council member screaming and yelling to another council member using effing this and that. I don't believe censure is the answer here. I believe it's time for so many people to start behaving, please, appropriately here. We can agree to disagree. But if the censure is what the effort is, then I'm going to request that we have a censure about the language that was used here
Fine.
by Councilmember Spencer and Councilmember or Vice Mayor Richmond. It's just not right. I think it is inappropriate that messages are being sent back and forth, and I do agree that should be part of the record, and it's part of what the public should see what's happening. Anything that's happening here, correspondence by law is part of the record. And if people are sending messages back and forth, we need to be clear about what is going on so these things aren't hidden from the public. We're not here to hide things, as was said earlier, secrets. There's no secrets here. There shouldn't be. It should all be public. And we shouldn't be allowing others to come in from the public, throwing lies out into the public, hoping that they'll stick over and over again. So I would say, you know, responsibility lies in you also. It's a shame that we have to keep going through this.
Here's my
So that-
phone. Can I have yours?
We'll get the records of everybody that had any
Your
correspondence while
private
there.
phone? I want your private
All of
phone.
them. We should all have to submit everything.
Yeah,
Any
like
text
you're gonna
messaging,
do
anything
on
going on,
Star.
it should be part of the record. You don't have the floor, ma'am. You don't have the
I
floor,
got
ma'am.
nothing to hide.
We don't have the floor, ma'am. City manager.
I'd like to give you a quick, or staff would like a brief update on the general plan. And we held consultant interviews on Tuesday, December 10th, and have tentatively selected a consultant. We are reaching out this week and we'll begin the contract negotiation process. What staff would really like is that there has been one resume submitted for the 5th member of the general plan committee. And we would like to bring this forward on the January meeting or the first meeting of February for appointment by the council. With that. Second, I really like to show my appreciation to Chief Westrick. He was here before I started, and he's been a great colleague. When we got through the budget process, he was always very professional, helped me in different areas to maybe lead the charge with other departments, and he will be very, very much missed. He's always very entertaining at our staff meetings, especially one of the last ones. He found out that he really likes Baby Yoda, so it was pretty entertaining. But like I say, I really miss him. With that said, upon his retirement, I'm going to make Captain Reynoso the acting police chief, and then on the January 21st agenda, I'll bring back an interim contract for him. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Gentlemen.
you.
Gentlemen. Sorry. Thank you, guys.
That's it.
City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No statement.
Chief.
As the captain called me first when it was announced that I was chief of police, I'd like to congratulate him myself. He'll be a great interim chief and hopefully someday the permanent chief here in Hollister. He's a man of great character, integrity. He's born and raised here in Hollister, and I can't think of a more loyal person that I've ever met in my life. With that, again, thank you to the city of Hollister for just an amazing opportunity to work here and work with these great folks that both work at the police department and also city staff. Obviously, I've worked with a number of city council members, and I can say that my heart's full, and I'm very, very happy and excited for the future. I'll be the volunteer du jour around our communities. So if you have something that needs to be done, I'll be the guy for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Hey, City Clerk.
Nothing.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and move to G3.
Christine, can you put up the presentation?
Put your other hat on.
I was gonna have Cecilia come up here and do this presentation, but she'll be the one doing the next one. Oh, sorry. So this presentation's for the first quarter. We'll be trying to get out the second quarter one fairly soon. So, so our revenues right now in the first quarter, we estimate about 30%. Hopefully this presentation should be in your in your agenda packet too. So expenditures were at about 27%, and that's pretty common in our first quarter because we do have a lot of expenditures that we pay right up front in July. One area it's non-departmental. One of the issues we have, and we'll start working with the county a little bit more, is there were some past year billings that came through, so we had to pay those that were not budgeted, and we'll fix that during the mid-year. One of the allocations you always councils in the past have wanted us to look at is engineering being allocated. Their salaries are about 47%. We've been outsourcing a lot of our CIP projects for engineering services, but like I said, their engineering inspection revenue is at 41%, so we feel that appears to be reasonable where they're at. And we'll watch a little bit closer with story. So always the fun one is fire with their overtime. They're at 57%, but however, they are down from last year's overtime. And we've kind of added a few things. One thing that's not in the presentation, but what the costs of the different stations are. And then the bottom half is the overtime for those stations right now for the first quarter. So that kind of just gives you that station one's going to be higher because that's where all the admin staff are. And so we wanted to show that to you. Next one is overtime by month. There's the special assignment for overtime that was for training for the new safer hires, and the other second highest overtime was for vacation replacement. In August, it was special assignments for driver operator trainings, engineering promotional exams, and then also some additional training for new safer hires. And once again, the second highest item for overtime was vacation replacement, and the third was sick replacement. And then for September, the highest item was for vacation replacement and kind of a tie between sick replacement and holiday replacement. Kind of an add-on to it is an overall look at the different departments within the general fund of their overtime. So code enforcement's at 61% is a high one that jumps out, but when we're only talking about $300, $200, it's not very significant. But your two biggest departments, your police and fire. Police is at 28%, but we've had some recruitment issues, so that it is understandable that it's higher than 25%. And things that we did this quarter, we've continued to make improvements. Spent $48,000 downtown with like lights, additional parks, charges of $345,000, and some other improvements of $93,000. So sorry that went quick, but it's late. And
Sounds good.
That's
right.
okay.
Any questions?
Any questions? Any speaker cards? Okay, thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to item G4.
I think that's me. Sorry, it's late. I'm seeking direction on the street sweeping situation. As you'll remember, a while back, you rejected all the bids that we got. We put it back out to bid. The update is we got 2 responsible bids. One was the previous contractor, who came in at about $172,000 a year, which was up from $160 previously. And then the other one was at $202,000 a year, and that was a Glendale-based company, Clean Street. We ran the numbers for our staff to do it. We've been doing it for the last couple months, and it comes in at staff-wise $138,000, equipment-wise about $32,000, for a total of $169,000. Since we took it back over, people have been calling and saying thank you. I'm not sure what you guys want to do, whether you want me to bring an item, reject the bids, and we'll just keep doing it ourselves, or whether you want to go back with the existing company that we had before that had all the complaints. I don't know. So,
Okay, Councilmember Lenore, go ahead.
Yes, please. Mike, how many sweepers do we have that are in good condition?
we have one that's 2 years old.
So if we were to keep it in-house, then you have to buy another sweeper.
Not right away. I
One's
would,
good
I
to
would,
do the whole city?
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we've been doing it with one for 5 years. My recommendation would be in the next 3 to 4 years, look at buying another one. Take the one we have, put it in backup status. That way you're not,
I think we have more direct control when we oversee it ourselves, and
Yeah.
you're more familiar with what really needs to get done, and you have more control over the employee doing it. As far as quality control, that's what I think. Thank you.
Councilmember Spencer?
I have to say, Mike, that I too have gotten a lot of good feedback from community members about their streets getting cleaned and everything else. I'm going to concur with Councilwoman Lenore. I think we keep it in-house.
I was just going to point out, I don't have an issue whether it's in-house or out, but I'm trying to understand, in the previous conversations, it was costing us $300 and something thousand a year for street sweeping. How did it come down to 169?
analysts ran the numbers, Brett went over them, we adjusted them for depreciation of 17,000. That was the last tweak we did, and
You remember that at one
that's
point
the
we were
number.
looking at having to increase it because of the cost, and that's when we finally went out to bid to get it lowered. So I'm wondering, are we, where are we at with it? If we can do it in-house and it's saving, that's just great. But I want to make sure that we're,
Yeah, we'll go through past years too and see what was causing that. But
Yeah.
a lot of it was repairs and maintenance at that time.
yeah, so I just want to make sure we don't end up in the same situation. If we can do it, of course we should do it if we can do it. But I don't want to be back in a conversation in a year of it's costing us 300 and something, we got to raise the fees again. So I just want to make sure we're understanding what the problem was in the past that caused that spike.
We've never raised the street sweeping fees.
No, we were talking about it at one point.
Okay.
Council, Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you. Do you have to hire, is that a full-time job then?
It is a full-time position.
Do you have to hire somebody to do that? Because otherwise you're taking them off some other job.
Well, I would take our previous, the guy who used to do it,
Yeah.
and put him back on it, and then we'd backfill.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're gonna have to hire somebody?
Yeah,
That's fine.
it would,
Just ask it. I wanna make sure we don't shortchange ourselves.
so we would
somewhere
backfill on the
else if we
stormwater
do that.
crew,
Okay.
which is where he got moved to when,
Is that Frank?
Okay,
Yeah.
do we have a program where we put in so much money a month, as we go along for the second street sweeper, or for maintenance on the first one, or do we just leave it undesignated in general fund and use it when we get in trouble?
Isn't
No.
that what depreciation's supposed to
Yeah.
be doing?
Yeah, the depreciation is, that's what it's for,
All
is
right.
to be put in away, but
Okay.
it's in a separate fund.
Okay, that's what I wanna know. Thank you.
Okay. Any speaker cards? So you just wanted to give you the choice and the consensus whether you want to bring it back, and I think if the numbers are working out, we're sure of it. I don't know why there'd be an issue.
Okay.
Is
So I'll
how we
finalize
feel?
numbers with Brett, and then if everything is correct, I will bring an item
Okay, but,
rejecting all bids, and we'll keep it in-house.
but first we're gonna make sure of those numbers before
Correct,
we
correct.
reject all bids, correct?
Right.
That was the
And
first
that's
part of
what
my
we said,
sentence, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move to item G5.
G5 is mine. It's the city council committees for 2020, which I was hoping we could do now and start 2020 off fresh. In the past, we have, for continuity and to better understand your project or your committee, we've kept people on those committees for 2 years. Brett, that's correct?
Right, that's right.
Yeah,
Yep.
so we would like to continue that.
Yeah, I think that's worked well in the past, where we got to really know their committees, and as you all know, it takes a big learning curve out there for these things. So if that's all right with the rest of you?
No, it's not all right with me. I'd like to make a motion that we make some changes in accordance with California Government Code 4, paragraph 40605, and the City of Hollister Municipal Code 2.04031. I'll make a motion
Wait.
that what I consider the majority of this city council be better represented on some key committees. For instance, I would like to move that I be designated to replace Mr. Resendez on the Intergovernmental Committee. My second motion would be that myself and Councilmember Spencer be put on the term limit committee, since that committee never met, and since both of the members currently there are against term limits, doesn't seem to make any sense. The Mr. Resendez replaced by me on the General Plan Advisory Committee, because I am a member of what's most of the time the majority, and same thing on the Housing and Planning Committee. Those are my motions. I make those motions.
Wait,
I got, a motion was for intergovernmental to replace
Yes, I would
Resendez with
replace
yourself.
Mr. Resendez on intergovernmental.
And the second one was,
Housing and Planning, I'll do it not in order. Place Mr. Resendez on Housing and Planning. That's an ad hoc committee.
housing and planning.
Yes,
I know.
it's on the list. Maybe it never meets, I have no idea. General Plan Advisory Committee, I'll replace Mr. Resendez with myself, and that's my motion. And the Term Limit Committee, the mayor replaced by Councilmember Spencer, and myself.
I'm sorry, what was the other one? The last one you said, replaced by Councilmember Spencer?
That's the Term Limit Committee.
Term
ad
limit
hoc
committee, okay.
And myself to replace Mr. Resendez. I believe that will move us more toward representation by the majority of the city council.
Well, here's the thing. It turns out that I was elected mayor, and the
True.
mayor appoints the committees,
That's not true.
not somebody that decides they want to make the appointments.
That's not true.
And it's unfortunate that we have to go through this each and every time, but that is how it works.
It's not true.
And it might not be true in your opinion.
It's not my opinion. It's the state law. I'm
It's-
reading
It's
it.
your version of the state law.
It's not my
Mr.
version. I'll
Yes,
read it to you.
Mr.
Do you
Richmond,
think
it
I
is.
wrote the state law?
It is your version of it, and I'm not gonna agree to it this time. We've been
You
doing
can disagree all you want.
We've been doing this over and over again.
Doesn't matter. It's state
Well,
law.
it does matter.
It is
So-
state law, and it is the city of of municipal code. You don't believe your own municipal code? You
Mr.
believe I made that up?
Yeah, I do believe you
It's
made
an
it up.
insult.
City Attorney, can you please go through this? I'm not gonna play this.
That's right, we're not gonna play this. Is it state law or not?
Okay.
I'll read you the law.
Let the professional attorney tell us how it really works.
And speak
Thank you.
freely, please.
Absolutely.
I will certainly attempt to. I'm not familiar with the exact code section that you cited. I unfortunately don't have access to the government code. Or I actually could look it up if you were going to do it again. However, I've discussed before that there are some vagaries and some oddities in the way that our rules and protocols and municipal code is drafted. That causes some problems in it. It is clear that the mayor has the right to appoint. I realize there are very different opinions as to whether or not the rest of the council can overturn that by motion. It's the same issue that we've dealt with at least twice before. And we unfortunately don't have a judicial determination as to what the proper procedure is under that. In the past, we've suspended the rules in order to make different appointments. I'll remind everyone that should be done in rather extreme situations and not as a regular procedure. It's not something I encourage, although it is something that has been done before and can be done again and is done in other places. It doesn't make it normal, and I don't say that I encourage that whatsoever. So, you'll recall that I think the first time we brought this up, I made the statement that it's a little bit of a constitutional crisis when we have, on the federal law level, it would be considered a constitutional crisis when we have a city council that cannot agree as to what the rule actually is or how it should proceed. As I've said many times, I'm not the judge or the jury. I represent the city council. And I can't give legal advice in open session. I can tell you what our codes say. I can admit that unfortunately there are some vagaries with it. If there's some way that all of you could work this out short of actually suspending the rules, that would be wonderful. If we can work it out without having to go to court, that would be wonderful. It's a complicated situation, and I would encourage you to try to figure out some way to compromise on something, if that's at all possible.
I don't believe it is possible. I'll make the motion, and I will quote the law. And you can, although I respect your opinion as an attorney, and I'm not an attorney, I'm familiar with the English language, and I believe this is clear as a bell. The law, I'll quote, California Government Code, Title 4. Anyone can look this up on the internet. Paragraph 40605, quote, in general law cities where the office of mayor is an elective office pursuant to Article 5, commencing with Section 34,900 of Chapter 7, changed to Chapter 4 of Part 1, Division 2, Title 4, the mayor, with the approval of the city council, shall make all appointments to boards, commissions, committees, unless otherwise specified by statute. And here is the City of Hollister Municipal Code, paragraph 2.04030, appointment of special committees. All special committees of the city council shall be appointed by the presiding officer, comma, unless otherwise directed by the city council, unquote. I move my appointments.
Can I add something?
Yes.
I was going to say, look, again, I'm not a judge. Only a judge can tell us what those words mean. However, I would say that there are multiple interpretations. That doesn't mean you're wrong, and I'm not saying you're right either.
Okay.
Those interpretations could be that, and something I should explain. I've been through this with another entity in the past, and we ended up with 3, arguably 4, competing ruling, governing entities. Each one said that we're the one that's in charge, and it did have to be resolved in the court. You can look at this, I can see a court, I've seen courts interpret things in many ways. I can see a court interpreting it, Councilman Richmond, exactly as you're describing it. I can also see a court saying that if the mayor makes the appointment, then the rest of the council can refuse that appointment, but can't necessarily make its own appointment, in which case we could end up with the existing committee a committee that perhaps three of you appoint, and arguably a third committee that the mayor appointed. And then I don't know what we do with that, other than have a court actually make that decision. And this is not purely hypothetical. I've been through this situation before, which is why, again, I encourage all of you to attempt to find a way to resolve it so that that's not where we end up.
Well, I thank you for your opinion. I want to treat you with the respect that you have due, and I do respect your opinion. I am of the belief, and I'm being very frank with you, that the mayor uses these appointments for political purposes. For instance, a perfect example would be the term limit committee. Now, the mayor is against term limit. He can be. He's allowed to be. Mr. Resendez is against term limits. He's allowed to be. There's no argument there. The problem is, by pointing the two of them to the term limit committee, there aren't going to be any term limits when the majority of the committee has indicated publicly that they want term limits. I believe one of the basic principles that isn't going to change is majority rule. The mayor says he was elected mayor. He was elected mayor. And if he, and I'm sure when he reads our code, he will see the mayor has perfunctory responsibilities. For instance, I can't take him off the LAFCO committee, even if I wanted to, because there's another statute that puts him on the LAFCO committee. The mayor could enforce his rules and say, I'm on the LAFCO committee and I can't get off the LAFCO committee because you couldn't throw me off even if you want to. And you know, he's correct. However, when I say I believe we can change who's on the local committees, he says he refuses. I believe he's wrong. It may have to go to court. That's the way it is. I'm not going to have, as a voting member of the council, I'm not going to have my vote made negative by somebody who says, I'm not going to do it, when I'm reading right out of the thing. For instance, and I'm working from experience, and my experience is, the mayor only enforces the rules when it's against someone he does not like. When he has a person who is his political buddy,
Mr. Richard,
he
keep
does.
keep on the item.
Excuse me,
No, keep it on the
stop
item.
interrupting me. I'm
again,
not talking to you,
You're making
sir.
it personal. This is one of those
I'm
things.
not talking to you, sir. We
You
just
are
had
making it very
this.
personal, so please
We're
keep
not
it to
making
the
it
issue.
personal. I said the mayor. I didn't use your name.
I
Excuse
happen
me.
to be the mayor. Sorry.
Well,
You
that's
didn't
the
know.
way it is. I'm talking about your office,
Don't-
not personal.
No, you did make it personal.
Earlier this evening, we had a vote that is not allowed by our thing, and the mayor refused to do anything about it. He has mentioned many times about harassment. As he knows, I've been under verbal harassment at one point by months, and I'm willing to give sworn testimony and have sworn testimony from people who come in this room, including yourself, about the harassment while I'm speaking, and I'm telling you, I'm not going to put up with it.
We're talking about
So
committees,
therefore,
sir.
I've made the motion, and that's the motion.
Marty, I'm sorry, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I'm gonna just go over those motions one more time. You want to change, the intergovernmental to be you and Mayor Velazquez.
That's correct.
Housing and planning to be you and Mayor Velazquez.
Correct,
Council term limits to be you and Councilmember Spencer.
correct.
And general plan.
advisory to be
You-
myself and Mayor Velazquez.
And Mayor, got it.
Thank you.
And I'll repeat, as I said before, this is not something where you might be able to say, we don't agree with your appointments, but that doesn't turn you into the mayor to make the appointments.
I'm not the mayor.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're not the mayor.
That's correct.
My appointments are my appointments. I try to be fair here by just moving on for another year with everybody because it works well. It has worked well in the past.
I don't agree.
It gives everybody, no, you might not agree, but that has worked in the past.
Does
For-
Marty have a motion on the table?
No,
Well,
because
everybody can speak.
it's not correct. So I'm going to make
It's
sure
not
that.
correct?
No, it's not. So I'm not going to change what my original view was of reappointing everybody to their same committees for this next year. And if Mr. Richmond wants to have to go to court about it because he wants to decide committee appointments, well, that's unfortunate that the public would have to even go through that. But I'm sure most are not going to be happy to know that somebody's trying to change the rules again for his own views.
Oh, that's
Now-
a personal insult.
Yeah, well,
The law is
So-
not my own view, it's the law.
it is because unfortunately we do have several different versions of what's going on. This is our issue in our community, and it is what it is. So, Councilmember, Resendez, did you have something first? He was waving at me.
Just want to make it clear that I refuse to follow your recommendations. I'm not going to allow you to take me off any committees. I'm going to honor the commitment that the mayor appointed me to, and I will show up at every meeting that I was appointed to. And if we have a quorum, then that's on you. If we want to have separate ad hocs, that's on you. But what I think ultimately what needs to happen, what it looks like needs to happen, is we need to get some type of judicial review to find out what the actual process is and which committee is in good standing and which isn't. But I'm sorry, but you're not the mayor. You lost that race, and my personal opinion is for good reason. And I'm not going to allow you to sit here and change the rules like the unethical person you are every time you don't get your way. It's embarrassing, and I'm not going to allow it anymore. If we need to go to the courts, if we need to go to the courts,
Councilmember
then
has the floor.
so be it. But I'm not going to step down from any appointments or follow any recommendations that you make. Thank you.
Thank you.
The majority
Councilmember-
rules, I've made a
Councilmember
motion.
Spencer has the floor now. Go ahead, Councilmember Spencer.
Jason, can you look into this? Look at state level, federal, look at everything and give us the exact wording and how it is and have it ready for us in closed session on the 21st of
I can
January?
certainly provide, provide you with the exact wording. My concern that I'm trying to express here is that we actually have 3 different documents here in the city of Hollister, and I don't know why it ended up this way, that slightly conflict with each other, but I would at least argue that each of the 3 is vague on this particular point. And that's the challenge that we have. I cannot sit here and even put odds on what a judge would do with interpreting that. So I
we
can
fix
provide you
that?
with the
Can we
language.
fix that?
Yes, it can be
So we
fixed.
should fix that first.
Well,
The
I would,
majority could fix that.
I would suggest at some point that those all be fixed.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
sometime like the
Multiple
president.
layers.
If there's
and-
3 different documents on one subject, there should be one document on one subject. And it should be very clear and precise on what the law is.
I think that this is a gap in Hollister's procedure that should be plugged. And I'm not blaming anyone for that in the past. I honestly think that when it was drafted, this type of situation was not envisioned.
Yeah.
And what would the rationale be by having it behind closed doors and closed session? Why can't we have this discussion in public?
Well, that can happen also, but of course I'm limited. I can't give legal advice in open session because that violates attorney-client privilege. So if it's simply a discussion, it can be done in open session. But if I'm in a position of giving legal advice, for instance, under the concept of anticipated litigation, that needs to be in closed session. So it depends on what we're doing, if it comes to that.
I have a motion on the floor.
We're not done with the discussion. The outside agencies, please explain how that works.
You asking me?
Yes.
The outside agencies under state law, and it's mimicked in our own municipal code, those appointments, it's appointed by a, and forgive me if I mess up the term here slightly, a committee, a city mayor committee, something along those lines, which in this case means that you'd have the mayor of the city of Hollister and the mayor of the city of San Juan, thank you, making those appointments.
Okay, please explain an outside agency or outside. What would fit into that?
Well, LAFCO would fit into that. There are other organizations as well. I'm not sure exactly what we have here in the county, but there probably are others.
Would that be meeting with additional, say, San Juan, where San Juan Bautista was meeting and the county was meeting? Would that be considered?
It certainly could be. I'd have to look at the exact purpose of that organization, of that entity, of that committee. But it certainly could be.
Okay.
But that would not be an ad hoc committee, would never be an outside agency.
No, we're not talking about ad hoc. We're
I
talking
think that'd
about-
be very rare. I'm struggling to think of an example where an ad hoc committee would count for that. I can't say nowhere in the state of California would that be the case, but I think that'd be very unusual.
So in the case of the COG, for example, Council of Governments, that would be an outside agency?
I believe that will qualify under that,
Okay.
yes.
If that's the case, we're going to appoint Councilmember Resendez to that committee. All right, I'm going to have that meeting set up with the mayor of San Juan Bautista, and I will work through that. Or we can go back to all serving another year on the committees we're on and being the best we can be. That's all I've asked. Didn't want to change anything. Thought it was fair for everybody. So we can have
I
that
didn't think
choice.
it was fair for everybody.
Okay.
I've made a motion.
Well, you can make a motion, but I don't know how this.
Can I get a second?
I
this
second
continues.
that.
So you're making a motion to suspend the rules or change the
No,
rules?
making a motion for the
I
amended
made a motion
appointments.
to make those changes to the committee appointments.
You don't have
You
the
don't have the
authority
authority
to
to
make
make
those
those
changes,
changes.
That's
Mr.
the
Vice
majority of
Mayor.
the council
The
rules.
majority will rule.
Again, you don't have the authority to make
The
that.
majority
the
will
rule.
Mr. Epperson.
Majority rules.
Well, this is precisely the issue that we're talking about. So, I suppose, I'm guessing that I'm gonna put some words in your mouth, Mr. Mayor, and you correct me if I'm wrong. I'm guessing that you're finding that motion out of order.
I am,
In which
sir.
case, the procedure would be
Yep.
to overrule.
I make a motion that
suspend the rules.
that the mayor's out of order ruling be overturned.
So there,
That is also in our code that you never read.
and that would be having to suspend the rules again.
No, that's in our code.
Well, this particular motion would not be to suspend the rules.
Okay, this motion would not be to suspend the rules,
Right.
but to overturn
Your determination that his motion was out of order.
Right.
that his motion is out of order. That's all it's doing.
Yes.
It's not allowing for a motion to appoint. So if that's what you're trying to accomplish, sir, you can make your motion, and did you have a second?
I've made my
Second.
motion. I have a
Second.
Second? So we
Let's
can
have a roll call
we're gonna
vote.
roll- That's right, absolutely. For the record. No problem.
Councilmember Resendez,
No.
Vice Mayor Richmond,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
No.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Lenore.
Aye.
Okay.
And
So you made a
3 to 2.
motion
So that motion's
3-2.
adopted 3-2.
to overrule. Is that correct?
Your determination that his
Okay.
motion was out of order, so the next step would be to proceed on his motion, and I will just remind everyone, then we potentially have two completely separate lists of committee members.
Right. And so in that case, all those can show up, and then we have Brown Act violation, correct?
There's potentially a Brown Act violation.
Right.
Depending on how it plays out.
So that would be a Brown Act violation. So if that's what they would like to do and create a situation where there's Brown Act violations, that's, I guess, something they believe they can do. Is that correct? Emma, is there a motion for that? Is that what I'm hearing of you guys?
There's a motion to make those changes in the committee appointments.
So there's a motion to make those changes according to Vice Mayor Richmond. Is there a second for his?
I believe I seconded that.
There's a second. So again, roll call vote.
Councilmember Resendez,
No.
Vice Mayor Richmond,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez,
No.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Lenore.
Aye.
Okay, so now.
3-2.
So at this point, we'll have two committees on all those that were mentioned. basically is what's going to happen. And all members would have to be notified of those meetings. Okay?
I will tell you, this is not legal advice, which I can't give you in open session. It's possible that and I'm gonna have to try to figure out a way to do this if the council so directs me, not tonight, but at another time, to find something that could perhaps be filed with the court to ask the court to sort the issue out. It's a little difficult because normally that would be a motion for declaratory relief, which I don't believe applies here. So I don't know that there is a mechanism, but it might be one way. It's something to explore.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll certainly support you. Thank you for that.
Okay, is that it? All right. HIJK, there is no business. Everybody have a Merry Christmas. We'll see you next year. Is there a motion?
Do I have a
I'll
motion?
make a motion to adjourn.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Carol, thank you for the gift.
Did you look at it?
Not yet.
Okay. It's something.
I wanna make sure, I don't wanna make sure it's less than
Thank
$50
you.
so I don't have to declare it.
Oh. A little ornament? Awesome. I'll put it on my tree. Merry Christmas, Jason. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you so much.
It's this. Surgery.